Chapter 242. The 72 Holy Lands and 800 superforces of the Southern Wasteland paid a great price to obtain the construction methods of short-distance, mid-distance, and long-distance teleportation portals from the major forces of the Central Plains. They also wanted to trade the super teleportation portals, but unfortunately no force in the Central Plains knew how to build them except for the Hao-Ranjan sect. Also, the Hao-Ranjan sect didn't plan to sell the super teleportation portals publicly in the near future. Besides building the teleportation portals, all the third-rate forces in the Southern Wasteland requested the Demon-Killing Alliance of the Central Plains to help them build the Creation Spirit Pool under the name of the Southern Wasteland Alliance. When the people of the Southern Wasteland Alliance found out about the Creation Spirit Pool's heaven-defying effects, they couldn't suppress their excitement. They immediately proposed to the Demon-Killing Alliance that they wanted to trade the construction method of the Creation Spirit Pool, regardless of the price. The major forces of the Demon-Killing Alliance were very interested in the Southern Wasteland Alliance's request. They wanted to agree, but they didn't have it. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Demon-Killing Alliance could only helplessly tell the Southern Wasteland Alliance, "Don't even think about it." All the Creation Spirit Pools in the Central Plains were built with the help of the Hao-Ranjan sect. The materials and resources needed were unimaginable. Only the Hao-Ranjan sect knew how to build them. If you want to build the Creation Spirit Pool, go to the Hao-Ranjan sect. We don't have the final say. Well, they had to ask the Hao-Ranjan sect for help again. The major forces of the Southern Wasteland Alliance had been actively learning from the Central Plains for 5 years. They had a deep understanding of the status and strength of the Hao-Ranjan sect in the Central Plains. The Hao-Ranjan sect was the one who broke the seal of heaven and earth and made heaven and earth recover. The junior sect lord of the righteous sect was an unprecedented chosen. Not only was he the most powerful expert in the righteous sect, but he was also the most powerful expert in the Central Plains. In other words, he was the most powerful expert in the entire world. He was also the League Lord of the Devil-Killing Alliance. No one in the first or second heaven would be a match for him. The Hao-Ranjan sect had the widest and most prosperous territory under its rule. It also had the largest number of elite disciples in the entire Central Plains. The Warriors for Hire Guild, which was spread all over the Central Plains, was established by the Hao-Ranjan sect. Hao-Ranjan sect was the one who invented the teleportation array, and the storage pouch was invented by the Hao-Ranjan sect. The Origin Chi Pill, True Elemental Pill, Profound Elemental Pill, and Divine Elemental Pill were the 4 types of currency that were publicly recognized in the Central Plains. The Hao-Ranjan sect had invented and introduced these 4 types of currency. The Hao-Ranjan sect had also developed and promoted the high-yield grain seeds that had solved the food crisis. The Demon-Slaying Alliance was proposed by the Hao-Ranjan sect. It was established together with the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands. The Heavenly Legends competition was also born because of this. The Hao-Ranjan sect invented the Flaming Bead and the Explosive Flame Bead. In order to fight against the Devil Race, they sold the refining method to the major forces. In the battle against the Devil Race, the Hao-Ranjan sect had contributed the most. They had also eliminated the most powerful Devil Race experts and the number of Devil Race experts. The Hao-Ranjan sect had also created and deployed the Wansheng array that divided the ranks of the disciples. The Hao-Ranjan sect had also built the Fortune Spirit Pool to enhance the strength of the Central Plains to fight against the Devil Race, and so on. The more one knew, the more one understood how powerful and mysterious the Hao-Ranjan sect was, and how deep its influence on the Central Plains was, not to mention the unknown number of battle fortresses and sky patrol battleships. As long as they thought of the Hao-Ranjan sect, the people of the Southern Wasteland Alliance would instinctively feel awe and fear, because they knew how powerful and mysterious the Hao-Ranjan sect was. The people of the Southern Wasteland Alliance did not want to deal with the Hao-Ranjan sect. It was not that they were hostile to the Hao Ranjin sect. The Southern Wasteland Alliance was able to defeat the Devil Race and restore peace because of the Hao Ranjin sect's proposal and support in the Devil-slaying alliance. They were grateful, but how could they be hostile? The main reason was that they did not have the confidence to face the powerful Hao Ranjin sect. In layman's terms, they felt inferior. Therefore, in the past 5 years, the Southern Wasteland Alliance would rather pay a higher price to get what they wanted from other forces in the Central Plains than to go to the Hao Ranjin sect, even though they knew that they would pay a much lower price to get what they wanted from the Hao Ranjin sect. However, they did not expect that the fortune spirit pool that they wanted at all costs would be given to the Hao Ranjin sect in the end. The people of the Southern Wasteland Alliance finally braced themselves and went to the Hao Ranjin sect. In the past few years, the Southern Wasteland Alliance had sent many people to the Hao Ranjin sect to send gifts to the Hao Ranjin sect. But this was the first time that the higher-ups of the Southern Wasteland Alliance had come to the Hao Ranjin sect. Under the guidance of Elder Wu Sheng of the Hao Ranjin sect, the 7 higher-ups of the Southern Wasteland Alliance arrived at the Haran Palace on the Tiangang Peak somewhat cautiously. Along the way, the higher-ups of the Southern Wasteland Alliance sensed a large number of auras that were even more powerful than theirs. These were all powerhouses above the 8th sky of Wushang, and there were simply too many of them in the Hao Ranjin sect. Yi Haoran was in closed-door training, so Yi Haoyun received the people of the Southern Wasteland Alliance on behalf of Yi Haoran. Sensing the aura of the myth realm that Yi Haoyun unintentionally emitted, the 7 people of the Southern Wasteland Alliance who were at the 7th sky and 8th sky of Wu Shang became even more cautious. What the F***CK? Do you want us to live? Along the way, they had met some people whose cultivation levels were higher than theirs, but the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjin sect were even more horrifying. They were all at the myth realm. Shouldn't such people be regarded as the foundation of the sect and cultivate in seclusion? How could they manage the sect? Aren't they afraid of wasting their own cultivation time? The people of the Southern Wasteland Alliance had a myriad of complicated feelings in their hearts, but in front of Yi Haoyun, they still respectfully stated their intentions. They didn't dare to say that they wanted to trade the construction method of the creation spiritual pond. None of the major forces in the Central Plains had it, so they didn't dare to hope for it. Besides, even if they got it, they wouldn't be able to keep it. They just asked the Hao Ranjin sect to help them build some creation spiritual ponds in the Southern Wasteland. They would be responsible for all the materials and resources, and would also give the Hao Ranjin sect a satisfactory reward. After hearing the request of the people of the Southern Wasteland Alliance, Yi Haoyun pondered for a while. Under the nervous and expectant looks of the people of the Southern Wasteland Alliance, Yi Haoyun said, "I can't make this decision. It needs to be discussed by the higher-ups of the sect, and after asking my nephew Tianzong, I can give you an answer." After seeing the disappointed look of the people of the Southern Wasteland Alliance, Yi Haoyun didn't care and continued, "Also, I want to tell you that the construction of the creation's spiritual pond requires a lot of natural treasures and resources, and it's also very troublesome. The most important thing is the spiritual marrow of creation. I don't know if you have it in the Southern Wasteland. It's also very rare in the Central Plains. Once it appears, all the major forces will try to get it at any cost. Our Hao Ranjin sect only has a few left. Almost none of the major forces in the Central Plains has the spiritual marrow of creation. Even if they do, they won't let you get it. If you have it, you'd better use it all or hide it. Otherwise, once the news leaks out, some powerful forces will attack you sooner or later. Now that our sect leader is in closed-door training, I can only ask my nephew, Tianzong, to see if he agrees to build the creation's spiritual pond for you. You can rest in the Hao Ranjin sect for the night, and I'll give you an answer tomorrow." After saying that, Yi Haoyun ordered a deacon like Wu Zun to take the people of the Southern Wasteland Alliance to find some rooms to stay in. Yi Tianzong agreed to build the creation's spiritual pond for the Southern Wasteland Alliance after thinking about it for a while. However, he stipulated that only 6 creation spiritual ponds could be built. Although Yi Tianzong had enough spiritual marrow of creation to build hundreds of large-scale creation spiritual ponds, Yi Tianzong didn't have the obligation to help the Southern Wasteland Alliance. Helping them build 6 creation spiritual ponds was already very good. The construction of the creation spiritual pond would naturally be handled by the people of the Formation and Tools Palace. Yi Tianzong didn't care too much about such a trivial matter. What he cared about now was that it was time to completely solve the problem of the Dark Swamp in the Celestial Devil Mountains. When they attacked the Celestial Devil Mountains, the base camp of the Devil Clan, in the end, because the Dark Swamp and other big forces lost too much power, they had to put the attack on hold. Since there were so many devil gods in the Southern Wasteland, there must be even more devil gods in the center of the Dark Swamp in the Celestial Devil Mountains. Every day that they delayed would give the Devil Clan more time to accumulate power. This was a ticking time bomb. If they didn't solve it now, once the Devil Clan accumulated enough power to explode, it would cause a lot of casualties and countless creatures would be slaughtered because of it. After making up his mind to solve the problem of the Dark Swamp, Yi Tianzong, after discussing with the higher-ups of the Haoranjin sect, found the master of the Lingyun Hall, the master of the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great saints. After explaining the plan to them, the master of the Lingyun Hall and the others thought about it and also supported the solution of the Devil Clan in the Dark Swamp as soon as possible. Since the master of the Lingyun Hall, the master of the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great saints all agreed, Yi Tianzong didn't waste any time. In the name of the chief of the Devil-Slaying Alliance, he directly gathered the masters of the big forces in the Central Plains, as well as the masters of the Myth Realm, and told them that he was determined to completely solve the hidden danger of the Dark Swamp. After Yi Tianzong announced his decision, the master of the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great saints immediately expressed their support, and also stated various reasons to explain the harm of not solving the hidden danger as soon as possible. In the end, the big forces of the Human Clan and the Demon Clan in the Devil-Slaying Alliance agreed to completely solve the problem of the Devil Clan in the Dark Swamp, and the time to attack the Dark Swamp was set for 1 month later. Attacking the Dark Swamp couldn't be done by just relying on some myth realm masters. If the Devil Clan didn't have devil gods equivalent to the myth realm, then it would be a piece of cake to solve the problem of the Devil Clan in the Dark Swamp. But the Devil Clan definitely had devil gods, and more certainly they had more myth realm masters than the Central Plains. The rest of the Devil Clan below the myth realm needed Wu Sheng, Wu Zun, and King Wu of the Central Plains to deal with. Chapter 243. With Yi Tianzong's strength in the present world, it was meaningless no matter how many demon gods there were at the first and second heavens of the myth realm. There was an insurmountable gap between them and Yi Tianzong. The supreme and omnipresent great Tao dominated everything in the universe. However, the great Tao was so vast that it was not something that ordinary people could comprehend. The great Tao gave rise to 3,000 fundamental laws of heaven and earth, which ran through the universe and formed countless worlds, including the Great Thousand Worlds, the Middle Thousand Worlds, and the Minor Thousand Worlds. The 3,000 fundamental laws of heaven and earth had different forms of expression in the countless worlds in the universe, thus forming countless cultivation systems. Only the Great Thousand Worlds at the peak could contain the complete 3,000 laws of heaven and earth. Generally speaking, the Minor Thousand Worlds contained at most 10% of the 3,000 laws of heaven and earth, and the Middle Thousand Worlds contained at most 70%. Only by comprehending the complete laws of heaven and earth contained in each of the pinnacle worlds, cultivating and comprehending the path of great Tao that belonged solely to oneself, could a cultivator surpass the myth realm, break free from the shackles of the Great Thousand Worlds, become an existence of the same level as the Great Thousand Worlds, and freely travel through the endless chaos universe. Starting from the myth realm, one needed to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth at each heaven. Every time a cultivator comprehended 10% of the laws of heaven and earth, the power they could exert would increase exponentially, and the gap between each heaven would become bigger and bigger. The further one progressed, the less likely it was to challenge someone at a higher level. For example, if a peak celestial god of the sixth heaven of god myth wanted to challenge a god king of the seventh heaven of god myth, it would be extremely difficult to achieve. The only way to have a chance was if the peak celestial god challenger not only had extraordinary talent, but also had to have comprehended at least 70% of the laws of heaven and earth. Of course, the races with extremely powerful and rare innate divine powers were not included. Every breakthrough in the myth realm was a comprehensive breakthrough in the divine body, divine origin, divine soul, and law comprehension. Therefore, a higher level had an absolute advantage over a lower level. Although Yi Tianzong's cultivation was limited by the environment and could only reach the peak of the second heaven of the myth realm, he had comprehended more than 60% of the laws of heaven and earth, and some of them had even reached 70%. Therefore, Yi Tianzong could use the laws of time and space to control those demon gods or mythical experts who had only comprehended 10% or 20% of the laws of time and space, and then destroy them effortlessly. It was also because of an invincible existence like Yi Tianzong that those mythical experts in the Central Plains agreed to take the initiative to attack and eliminate the demon god of the demon race. A month passed quickly. During this month, the top forces in the Central Plains had mobilized 80% of the experts at the level of King Wu, Wu Zun, and Wu Sheng. Then, they all gathered in the city that sealed off the dark swamp of the demonic mountain range through the teleportation array. Once everything was ready, Yi Tianzong gave an order. With him as the leader, a total of 3,500 myth realm elites attacked. They executed powerful attacks in an attempt to flatten the seemingly endless dark swamp. The dark swamp, which was full of rotten, filthy, and evil aura, was cleaned up by the 3,500 myth realm elites. Even the weakest among them, who was at the early stage of the first heaven of the myth realm, cleared the dark swamp with a radius of at least 10 miles every time they attacked. In addition to the battle fortress and the sky patrol battleship of the Hao Ranjin sect, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu cleaned up the dark swamp the fastest. The power of the heavenly scripture of purification was the most suitable to clean up the endless dark swamp. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu all used the heavenly scripture of purification to purify the dark swamp in front of them. After the battle fortress and the sky patrol battleship activated the defensive array, they directly landed in the dark swamp. Every time they released the purifying divine halo formed by the purifying divine light, they could purify the dark swamp with a radius of at least 100,000 miles. The countless traps, killing formations, and mechanisms deployed by the Devil Clan in the dark swamp were useless in the face of absolute power. Yi Tianzong and the other myth realm elites, 3 battle fortresses, and 30 sky patrol battleships swept all the way in front of them, constantly cleaning and purifying the dark swamp. The Devil-slaying Alliance army, formed by the elites of Wu Sheng, Wu Zun, and King Wu, followed behind them and moved forward steadily. Since the last time the seal of heaven and earth was broken, heaven and earth had expanded dozens of times again. The area of the dark swamp had also expanded to a vast area with a radius of more than 30 million miles, which was equivalent to the entire heavenly Devil Mountain range in the past. Yi Tianzong and the other myth realm elites would rest for 2 days. Every day, they cleaned up the dark swamp to recover some of the power they had consumed. They kept themselves in peak condition at all times to avoid being sneak attacked by the Devil Clan's Devil Clan. Yi Tianzong, the Hao Ranjin sect, and the myth realm elites of the major forces in the Central Plains spent half a year to completely clean up the dark swamp. During this period, the Devil Clan's Devil Clan tried to sneak attack them, but they were all killed by Yi Tianzong directly. When Yi Tianzong and the other myth realm elites led the Devil-slaying Alliance army into the last 1,000,000 miles of the area occupied by the Devil Clan, the dark canopy, formed by the endless Devil Clan army, was ready for battle. At the same time, more than 6,000 Devil Clan elites directly attacked the Myth Realm elites of the Devil-Slaying Alliance camp. On the ground, the Devil-Slaying army, formed by more than 100 billion King Wu, Wu Zun, and Wu Sheng, attacked the Dark Canopy, formed by the Devil Clan again and again, trying to break the last defense of the Devil Clan. The war weapons of the major forces and the war fortresses and sky patrol battleships of the Hao Ranjin sect also launched attacks on the Dark Canopy in the sky at the same time. In particular, the 3 war fortresses and 30 sky patrol battleships found that they could not do anything to the Dark Canopy after using the divine purification light to attack it several times. Therefore, all the war fortresses and sky patrol battleships gathered together and arranged themselves according to the formation of Haoran's Tiangang sword formation. They gathered 99% of the stored energy and the power of all the people of the Hao Ranjin sect in the war fortresses and sky patrol battleships. The battle fortress and the sky patrol battleship, which had gathered such a vast amount of energy, began to tremble. The vast and boundless energy caused ripples to appear in space. At the same time, it also shocked everyone in the Demon-Killing Alliance. By now, everyone in the Central Plains knew that the Hao Ranjin sect's unique divine purification light was the best way to restrain the Devil Clan. After seeing the unimaginable amount of energy gathered by the war fortresses and sky patrol battleships, the higher-ups of the Devil-Slaying Alliance understood the intention of doing this. The higher-ups of the Hao Ranjin sect, who stayed below to command, directly ordered all the troops of the Devil-Slaying Alliance to gather their power according to their respective battle formations. Once the war fortresses and sky patrol battleships attacked, they would attack the Dark Canopy together. All the war fortresses and sky patrol battleships released the most powerful divine purification light, which eventually formed a purification light pillar with a diameter of 300 feet. With the power to purify all the evil and negative energy in the world, it attacked the Dark Canopy of the Devil Clan. After the purification light pillar, the armies of the major forces of the Devil-Slaying Alliance used their battle formations to gather powerful attacks and attack the area where the purification light pillar was attacking. Under the attack of the purification light pillar and the armies of the Devil-Slaying Alliance, the Dark Canopy of the Devil-Slaying Alliance had gathered the power of countless Devil Clan members. The vast amount of power was transmitted to the areas where the Purification Light Pillar and the armies of the Devil-Slaying Alliance were attacking through the lines of battle formations. The two sides were engaged in the most extreme and most critical confrontation. On the ground, there was a confrontation of boundless power, but the situation of the battle in the 9 heavens was the opposite. Because of the existence of Yi Tianzong, an unreasonable supermaster, even though the number of devil gods of the Devil Clan was much more than the number of mythical masters gathered in the Central Plains, under the attack of Yi Tianzong, the Devil-Slaying Alliance was so useless. After comprehending more than 60% of the law of time and the law of space, those devil gods were fixed in the sky and the earth by Yi Tianzong before they could attack Yi Tianzong. Then, under the attack of the boundless sword technique, which had the most powerful attack power, none of the devil gods survived. Yi Tianzong was invincible in the 9 heavens mythical battlefield. No one was a match for him. None of the devil gods who were targeted by him were lucky enough to escape. More than 6,000 devil gods were killed by Yi Tianzong easily. The number of casualties rose sharply. 200, 300, 400. In less than an hour, Yi Tianzong had killed more than 1,000 devil gods. If it were not for the fact that these devil gods would not have stood still and allowed Yi Tianzong to kill them at will, they would not have foolishly charged at Yi Tianzong when they knew how powerful Yi Tianzong was. Otherwise, Yi Tianzong would have killed even more devil gods. Those devil gods who were terrified all stayed far away from Yi Tianzong and attacked Yi Tianzong from a distance. Because the distance was too far, Yi Tianzong could not use the law to freeze those devil gods. He could only rely on the Aurora instantaneous shadow to kill those devil gods one by one at an extremely fast speed. Seeing that there was no hope of victory, in the end, these devil gods gave up the determination to continue to resist stubbornly. They no longer fought with the mythical experts of the Central Plains. They abandoned their opponents and retreated back to the underground passage of the Devil World. It seemed that they had given up the plan to continue to take root in the Central Plains. Since the Devil World wanted to run away, the mythical experts of the Central Plains naturally would not let the devil gods escape so easily. After a series of interception and killing, more than 1,000 devil gods were jointly killed by the mythical experts of the Central Plains. As for Yi Tianzong, he had followed those fleeing devil gods to the deepest underground passage and guarded the entrance of the underground passage. This place used to be the center of the Devil Mountain Range. In the area of hundreds of miles, there were a total of 10 giant underground passages of the Devil World. These 10 giant passages led directly to the Devil World that was hundreds of miles deep underground. The Devil World in the depths of the underground was also very vast. The Central Plains, the Western regions, the Northern Frontier, and the Southern Wilderness all had passages that connected to the Devil World. And the Devil World invaded the 4 major regions through these passages. Yi Tianzong guarded above the 10 giant passages. As long as there were devil gods who wanted to retreat into the passages, a considerable part of them would be intercepted and completely destroyed by Yi Tianzong. In the end, out of the original more than 6,000 devil gods, only 1,500 or so were lucky enough to escape back to the underground devil world and never come out again. After defeating the devil gods, the rest was simple. The dark canopy formed by the countless devil world that was below the devil god level, under the attack of Yi Tianzong and the other mythical experts, only lasted for less than 3 breaths of time before it was completely destroyed. Because the dark canopy had exhausted most of the power of the dark canopy, the innumerable devil world basically had no power to resist. Yi Tianzong and the other mythical experts wantonly slaughtered hundreds of millions of devil world. At the same time, the army of the Devil Killing Alliance carried out a comprehensive encirclement and annihilation of the devil world that had lost most of its power. All the war weapons also joined the ranks of the slaughter. After a day and a night of hunting and killing, except for a small part of the devil world that escaped back to the underground devil world, the rest of the devil world was annihilated. There were no survivors. Chapter 244. After wiping out all the demons on the surface, Yi Tianzong and the other mythical experts destroyed 10 giant tunnels that led to the underground demon world. They did not intend to follow up their victory and attack the underground demon world. Not to mention that they were not familiar with the environment of the underground demon world. After so many years of fighting with the demon clan, the higher-ups of the major forces had long known that there was an unfathomable Wushang demon lord in the demon world. Although the Wushang demon lord could not come out from the depths of the underground, it did not mean that the Wushang demon lord could not do anything to them if they went underground. Yi Tianzong did not intend to take the risk himself. He had long decided that he would never enter the underground demon world before he was promoted to the Divine King realm. After destroying the 10 giant tunnels, Yi Tianzong and more than 1 million experts of the Haoranjin sect, who were above the Wu King realm, gathered the Haoran righteousness between heaven and earth, and then set up the Haoran Tiangang demon sealing formation that covered a radius of 300 miles. With the seal of the Haoran Tiangang demon sealing formation, the demon clan could no longer enter the Central Plains through the underground tunnels. At this point, the hidden danger of the demon clan in the Central Plains was completely solved. This was an unprecedented victory since the appearance of the demon clan in ancient times. Another 10 years passed. The Central Plains, which had completely eliminated the hidden danger of the demon clan, seemed to have a great increase in luck. In these 10 years, all kinds of peerless talents emerged one after another, dazzling all the major forces. It was as if they had been accumulating for a long time and were released all at once. This kind of situation, where heaven's prides emerged in large numbers, made all the major forces believe that it was the era of a great era's struggle. A new generation of mythical experts would emerge from these heavens' prides. At the same time, the former mythical experts would slowly retire from this era and make way for the new generation. However, only a few higher-ups of the Hauranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands could vaguely guess that this was the will of heaven and earth accumulating strength for the future crisis. The disturbances of the outside world did not affect the rapid development of Hauranjin sect in the slightest. In the Central Plains, there was an endless stream of outstanding talents, and a large portion of them had entered Hauranjin sect. The Hauranjin sect was not stingy with all kinds of resources and vigorously nurtured these geniuses. While they were laying down a solid foundation, they could grow up at the fastest speed. At the same time, Yi Tianzong built a good fortune spirit pool on Tiangang Peak. Now, Hauranjin sect had a total of 3 good fortune spirit pools and 1 good fortune profound pool. In addition to the Raging Fire Formation, the Mysterious Ice Formation, the Sumeru Formation, the Heart Refining Formation, and the Wanxiang Formation, the strength of the Hauranjin sect had been increasing rapidly. It was now the strongest in the entire Central Plains. Hauranjin sect's higher-ups also made plans to build a war fortress and a sky patrolling battleship while vigorously cultivating the talented disciples and developing the sect's strength. In the plan of the Hauranjin sect's higher-ups, the number of war fortresses and the number of sky patrolling battleships would reach 10 in the next 50 years. They also began to plan the construction of a space-suppressing war fortress. Hauranjin sect advanced steadily according to the established plan. As Hauranjin sect continued to grow stronger, the demon holy lands that occupied the Hauran mountain range with Hauranjin sect also became more and more low-key. After so many years, they had also accepted their fate and obediently guarded their own territories. They no longer thought about taking back the mountain range that Hauranjin sect had occupied. The black-winged tiger demon, the 9-headed demon bird, and the celestial ferret, which originally belonged to the demon holy lands in the Hauran mountain range, could not stand being ostracized and suppressed because of their complicated relationship with Hauranjin sect. In the end, all of them sought refuge with Hauranjin sect. Hauranjin sect also happily accepted these 3 demon clans. 10 years had passed. Ling, Xinyue, and Xinyu, who had spent most of their time with Yi Tianzong in the Immortal Mansion, had also successfully completed the 4th transformation of the 9 transformations of True God, with the help of various precious resources provided by Yi Tianzong. They had improved in all aspects, and their strength had reached a new level. After the 2 of them had safely completed the 4th transformation of the True God, Yi Tianzong also breathed a sigh of relief. The idea of going to the vast 1,000 worlds of the human race once again arose in his heart. Sensing the hidden worries of the 2 peerless beauties, Yi Tianzong hugged the 2 of them and said, "Don't worry, I've already joined an emperor-level sect in the vast 1,000 worlds of the human race. As long as I'm careful, there won't be any danger. I also want to accompany the 2 of you, but time waits for no man. According to the hints sent by the will of heaven and earth, the crisis beyond the heavens is getting closer and closer. The strength of our sect and our sect is still not strong enough. When we reach the myth realm, there aren't any resources or treasures in this world that can quickly improve our strength. We can only search for resources in the vast 1,000 worlds that I'm going to support the myth realm of the Hauranjin sect to become stronger quickly. After I pass the test and am promoted to the status of an intermediate disciple, I can bring the 2 of you to the vast 1,000 worlds." Yes. After comforting Ling, Xinyue, and Xinyu, Yi Tianzong announced to the public that he would be going into seclusion again. After that, he bade farewell to the 2 of them and went to the depths of the Immortal Mansion again. After passing through the colorful barrier, he returned to the cave that he had left in the vast 1,000 worlds of the human race. Breathing in the chi of heaven and earth that was obviously many times thicker and richer than the profound spirit world, Yi Tianzong gave up the idea of continuing to comprehend the laws of the vast thousand worlds after comprehending them. It was too slow. The degree of laws contained in the vast thousand worlds was far higher than that of the middle thousand worlds. However, this did not mean that it would be easier to comprehend the laws of the vast thousand worlds than in the middle thousand worlds. On the contrary, it was much more difficult to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth in the vast thousand worlds than in the middle thousand worlds. Although the laws of heaven and earth in the vast thousand worlds were more complete, they were also more obscure and profound. It was much more difficult to comprehend. In the vast thousand worlds, it was normal for a myth realm first heaven to not make any progress in comprehending the laws of heaven and earth for hundreds of years. After adjusting his state, Yi Tianzong broke the boulder that sealed him and walked out of the cave. He then identified the direction and headed towards the nearby city. After returning to the profound spirit world for more than 15 years, Yi Tianzong had spent more than a year and a half in the vast thousand worlds. After traveling for more than 2 months, he returned to the mysterious sky sect. After returning to the mysterious sky sect, Yi Tianzong got busy again. While continuing to repair and set up various formations, Yi Tianzong also obeyed the instructions of the mysterious sky sect's sect master and brought more than 200 disciples of the mysterious sky sect who had learned formations before. He taught them some profound knowledge of formations. Of course, these were not for nothing. The higher-ups of the mysterious sky sect gave Yi Tianzong generous rewards for the formation missions he received to teach the disciples about formations. Yi Tianzong also received a lot of resources and contribution points from the mysterious sky sect. While teaching the disciples about formations, Yi Tianzong also showed off his other ability, alchemy. Yi Tianzong's alchemy technique was a combination of his own alchemy technique and the vast true alchemy knowledge passed down from the Immortal Mansion. The true alchemy knowledge passed down from the Immortal Mansion to Yi Tianzong contained 36 of the most mainstream alchemy methods in the vast thousand worlds. Yi Tianzong dared to guarantee that no one below the Divine King realm in the vast thousand worlds was more proficient in alchemy than him. Yi Tianzong found an opportunity to refine a cauldron of divine essence pills in front of many disciples of the mysterious sky sect that could assist the cultivation of the myth realm. In order to avoid being in the limelight, Yi Tianzong only displayed 80% of his alchemy skills. Under such circumstances, the divine essence pills that he refined were better than the pills refined by the mysterious sky sect's alchemy elders. This made the disciples of the mysterious sky sect unable to resist. It was not difficult for the alchemy pavilion in the mysterious sky sect to refine divine essence pills. Generally, as long as one's cultivation base reached the second heaven of the myth realm, one could refine divine essence pills. The more talented ones could refine divine essence pills at the first heaven of the myth realm. However, the divine essence pills refined by the alchemy pavilion's disciples were much worse than those refined by Yi Tianzong. Not only were there more impurities, but the medicinal effects were also inferior. The alchemy pavilion's elder was a divine king. Yi Tianzong's divine essence pills were comparable to those refined by the alchemy pavilion's elder. This matter shocked the entire mysterious sky sect's disciples below the fourth heaven of the myth realm. The difference between the difficulty of asking Yi Tianzong and the alchemy pavilion's elder to refine pills with the same effects was like heaven and earth. After learning about Yi Tianzong's alchemy skills, the alchemy pavilion's divine king elder wanted to take Yi Tianzong as his disciple. However, Yi Tianzong tactfully rejected him on the grounds that he was already an apprentice when he obtained the alchemy inheritance and was more inclined towards cultivation. Although the alchemy pavilion's elder found it a pity, he did not force him. In the following 20 years, Yi Tianzong comprehended the profound and obscure laws of heaven and earth in the great thousand world. From time to time, he would refine pills for the other disciples of the mysterious sky sect and collect rewards. In 20 years, Yi Tianzong had accumulated a large amount of resources suitable for the cultivation of the myth realm. Chapter 245. In the past 20 years, Yi Tianzong had not only accumulated a large amount of resources suitable for cultivation below the fourth heaven of myth realm, but he had also refined many divine essence pills and divine transcendence pills. The so-called divine transcendence pills were pills that could amplify a cultivator's senses and primordial spirit, help them comprehend the laws of nature, and increase the chances of those below the myth realm to reach the myth realm. Yi Tianzong had discovered several key ingredients for refining the divine transcendence pills from a disciple below the myth realm by chance. The divine transcendence pill was a type of pill recorded in the legacy of alchemy that the Immortal Mansion had given to Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong had searched for a long time before he found the pill. However, the key ingredients for refining the divine transcendence pills could only be produced in large quantities in the Great Thousand World. They were very rare in the Middle World, and some even did not exist. The Great Thousand World of the human race had developed for countless years, so there were naturally plenty of pills that could help cultivators below the myth realm to reach the myth realm. Compared to the divine transcendence pills, these pills had some differences, but they were more or less the same. However, the divine transcendence pills not only increased a cultivator's chances of reaching the myth realm by 30%, but they also had no side effects on their future cultivation. More importantly, the ingredients for refining the divine transcendence pills were very different from other pills that could help cultivators reach the myth realm. Only 30% of the ingredients were the same. The pills, refining methods, and ingredients that could help cultivators below the myth realm to reach the myth realm were all strategic resources that were tightly controlled by the supreme forces in the Great Thousand World. They would not easily leak them out. Even as an emperor-level force, the Black Heaven sect did not have control over the refinement and ingredients of these pills. They mostly bought them from the supreme forces. The Black Heaven sect had also developed a pill that could help cultivators reach the myth realm. It was called the Divine Transcendence Pill. However, it could not be compared to the pills in the hands of the supreme forces. There were also some side effects that would affect future cultivation. Therefore, the Divine Transcendence Pill was very important to the Black Heaven sect. In the past 20 years, Yi Tianzong had used the resources and rewards he had collected to refine over 5,000 divine connection pills and over 100,000 divine essence pills. At the same time, he had also saved up a large amount of resources. However, Yi Tianzong didn't publicize the matter of the transcendence pill. Instead, he concealed it for the time being. 20 years in the Great Thousand World was only 2 years in the profound spirit world. Yi Tianzong did not plan to return to the profound spirit world. The resources and pills he had accumulated were not enough. When he wanted to return, it would be the time for the Hao Ranjin sect to leap forward and break the seal of heaven and earth again. On this day, Yi Tianzong came to the Black Heaven Great Hall of the Black Heaven sect with a solemn expression and requested to see the sect master. The Black Heaven sect was an emperor-level force, and the sect master of the Black Heaven sect was also a god king. Not to mention the sex affairs, it was normal for him to cultivate in seclusion for hundreds of years. It was impossible for an ordinary second firmament myth to meet him whenever they wanted. Many disciples of the Black Heaven sect had joined the sect for hundreds or thousands of years and might not even be able to see the sect master once. However, Yi Tianzong was not an ordinary disciple of the Black Heaven sect. Speaking of which, the identity that the Immortal Mansion had arranged for Yi Tianzong was still very useful. Not only was Yi Tianzong an inner disciple of the Black Heaven sect, but he also had some connections with the sect master of the Black Heaven sect. Yi Tianzong's identity naturally did not pop out of a crack in a rock. He also had parents in the Great Thousand World. However, his parents had died in the world battlefield early on. His father and mother, who had died in this world, were once disciples of the sect master of the Black Heaven sect. The sect master of the Black Heaven sect had a total of 36 disciples, but these 36 disciples were divided into inner disciples and in-name disciples. The other higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect also had inner disciples and in-name disciples. This situation was very common in the entire great thousand world of the human race. Yi Tianzong's grandfather was once an elder of the Black Heaven sect and died in battle for the sect. His father and mother, who had died in this world, were also in-name disciples of the sect master of the Black Heaven sect. Their cultivation had reached the peak of the fifth firmament of the mythical realm. They were only one step away from advancing to the sixth firmament of the mythical realm and becoming the inner disciple of the sect master of the Black Heaven sect. Unfortunately, due to the siege of hostile forces, they had died in the world battlefield early on. Therefore, Yi Tianzong still had some connections with the sect master of the Black Heaven sect. He could be said to be a legitimate seedling in the Black Heaven sect. Yi Tianzong had grown up in the Black Heaven sect since he was young. Therefore, no one would suspect that Yi Tianzong would harm the Black Heaven sect. Yi Tianzong had such a good identity, so he naturally would not do anything to harm himself. The sect master of the Black Heaven sect soon arrived at the Black Heaven Great Hall. When he saw Yi Tianzong, there was only a trace of relief and satisfaction in his eyes. There was no impatience. After all, Yi Tianzong was naturally under his command. For a junior with outstanding aptitude, as long as he was not an evil person with evil intentions, who would not maintain a favorable and encouraging attitude, the sect master of the Black Heaven sect restrained the vast and powerful pressure on his body and said gently to Yi Tianzong, "Tianzong, why are you looking for me this time? Do you want me to guide you in your cultivation? Your cultivation realm has not improved for a while. According to your accumulation, this should not be the case. Is there any difficulty?" Hearing the first half of the sect master's joke, Yi Tianzong did not take it seriously. After hearing it, Yi Tianzong said respectfully, "Sect master, I naturally do not dare to trouble you with cultivation. Moreover, I have long been confident about breaking through to the third heaven. It's just that I have cultivated a secret method, and my accumulation is still not enough. I still need to wait for a while." Noticing that the sect master of the Black Heaven sect was a little puzzled, Yi Tianzong continued, "In fact, I came here this time mainly because I have two things to offer to the sect. However, I am not at ease with giving them to the other elders, so I can only come to you." Hearing this, the sect master of the Black Heaven sect was a little interested and said, "Ha! You little guy, what are you hiding? Tell me, if what you say is not important enough, I will punish you for criticizing the elders of the sect." Yi Tianzong said directly, "Sect master, the things I want to offer to the sect are the spiritual pool of good fortune and the divine elixir. You also know that I have received the inheritance of a strong formation master, but that is only a part of it. The person who received the inheritance is actually proficient in the methods of elixir, formation, and crafting, but his aptitude for cultivation is not very good. After more than 100,000 years of cultivation, he was only at the sixth heaven of the myth realm. However, his research on elixir, formation, and crafting is enough to surpass most of the divine kings. From his inheritance, he developed a spiritual pool of good fortune that can greatly increase the aptitude and origin of cultivators below the myth realm. He also developed a divine elixir that can increase the chances of reaching the myth realm by 30% without any side effects. The ingredients of this divine elixir are quite different from other elixirs of the same type. The key is that the elixir is not something precious in the current world, and it is not under the control of the supreme forces." As soon as Yi Tianzong finished speaking, the sect master of the Black Heaven sect, who did not seem to care much, suddenly became serious. A light flashed in his eyes, and Yi Tianzong felt the pressure from the space around him. The sect master of the Black Heaven sect asked for confirmation. "Are you telling the truth?" Yi Tianzong replied, "I am not lying. This is the method to build the spiritual pool of good fortune and make the divine elixir. You will know when you see it. These two things are not very useful in my hands, so it is better to give them to the sect in exchange for some rewards." After saying that, Yi Tianzong took out the jade slip with the records from his storage ring and handed it to the sect master of the Black Heaven sect. The sect master of the Black Heaven sect took the jade slip and checked it with his soul energy. He then returned to his usual calmness. He looked at Yi Tianzong and said, "You are very considerate of the sect and know how to make a choice. You are very good. I will discuss your contribution with the higher-ups of the sect, and you will not be mistreated. You can go back first. I will give you your reward in a few days." Yes, Yi Tianzong did not hesitate and left the Black Heaven Palace. After Yi Tianzong left, the sect master of the Black Heaven sect smiled and said to himself, "Haha, little guy, you still have a trick up your sleeve. The secret technique you cultivate is not simple. However, everyone has their own fate. A qualified cultivator must always keep a trump card. You can think about the sect after obtaining an opportunity. You are a true member of the Black Heaven sect." In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Yi Tianzong was summoned to the Black Heaven Palace again. This time it was the sect master of the Black Heaven sect who received Yi Tianzong. After Yi Tianzong arrived, the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect said directly, "The method of building the fortune spirit pool and refining the transcendence elixir is very important to the Black Heaven sect. I've already told the upper echelons of the sect and reported it to the great emperor old ancestor. The 3 great emperors are very satisfied that you are willing to give these 2 important things to the sect. After discussing with the higher-ups of the sect, we have decided to give you 3 rewards. The first is that you can refine the divine elixir, divine essence elixir, and other pills on your own in the future and sell them to other cultivators. However, the divine elixir can only be sold in the sect unless it is someone important to you. Other pills that are circulated in the great wide world are not restricted by the sect. The second reward is that you can build the creation spirit pool, but it can only be used in the sect to nurture the sect's disciples. Of course, if you have descendants, you can use it as you wish. The third reward is that you will be rewarded with 5 million contribution points. You can choose any treasure or spiritual medicine that is not more than 10 million contribution points from the sect's treasury. You can also choose a divine ability from the core disciple area in the scripture library. You can choose 5 divine abilities from the inner disciple area. These are the rewards. Do you have any objections? After the sect master of the Black Heaven sect finished speaking, he looked at Yi Tianzong with a smile and asked. Yi Tianzong did not have any objections after hearing about the rewards from the sect master of the Black Heaven sect. Instead, he was only happy. Among the 3 rewards mentioned by the sect master of the Black Heaven sect, Yi Tianzong paid the most attention to the second reward, which was that he could build the creation spirit pool to nurture the sect's disciples. What did this mean? The sect master of the Black Heaven sect did not say it explicitly, but Yi Tianzong was not stupid. He soon understood that the higher-ups of the sect had tacitly agreed that he could form his own faction and nurture his own forces. As long as he did not court death and develop steadily, he would at least become an elder with real power in the sect in the future. Chapter 246. Yi Tianzong understood very well that this was the benefit of having a righteous identity. If it were any other disciple who had joined the sect, they would not receive such treatment. This directly gave him a chance to compete for the position of the sect master. In the future, he would at least be a powerful elder. Although the chance of becoming the sect master was very slim, he had the qualifications to compete for it. This qualification was very important to Yi Tianzong. Seeing the joy on Yi Tianzong's face, the sect master of the Mystic Sky sect knew that Yi Tianzong had understood the true purpose of the 3 rewards. After encouraging Yi Tianzong, he let Yi Tianzong go back. After Yi Tianzong returned to his cultivation cave, other than comprehending the obscure laws of heaven and earth, he continued to collect resources and rewards, refining various pills and setting up formations for the disciples of the mystic sky sect. During this period, he also took the time to go to the Sutra Pavilion and the sect's treasure vault to collect the rewards he had received. Day after day, year after year. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. Due to the creation spirit pool and the divine elixir that Yi Tianzong had contributed, the number of people in the mystic sky sect who had broken through to the myth realm in the past 30 years had increased by more than 5 times compared to the same period before. Moreover, the average aptitude and strength of these disciples who had broken through to the myth realm later were much higher than before. For the sake of long-term development, the Mystic Sky sect had also increased the number of disciples recruited every 10 years. In addition to the 30 years that followed, Yi Tianzong had already stayed in this super boundless world of the human race for 50 years. He had already accumulated enough medicinal pills and cultivation resources. He had accumulated more than 20,000 divine elixirs and more than 300,000 divine essence pills. There were also divine body pills, divine soul pills, and many other spiritual medicine resources that were used to assist in cultivation. There were also resources and materials used to build the creation spirit pool and the creation black pool. Yi Tianzong had used his contribution points to buy a storage ring with a radius of 100 miles. It was already filled with all kinds of resources. Even the inner world that he had opened up was filled with a small part of it. Due to his powerful soul, Yi Tianzong's comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth in the boundless world had exceeded 20%. Feeling that the time was right, Yi Tianzong announced to the outside world that he was going into closed-door cultivation. Then he sealed his cultivation cave. After waiting for another 3 months, he disappeared from the cave and left the human race's boundless world. 50 years in the Great Thousand World, 5 years in the profound spirit world, and 20 years in the outer area of the boundless immortal abode. Once again, Yi Tianzong traveled a long distance and returned to the outer area of the immortal mansion. Once again, he saw Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, who were waiting for him. Hugging Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, Yi Tianzong did not care about anything else. First, he had sex with the 2 of them for half a month and gave them a large amount of divine essence pills and cultivation resources. Then, he walked out of the immortal mansion. After coming out of closed-door cultivation, Yi Tianzong first gave each of his parents and other relatives 5,000 divine essence pills and a lot of resources to assist in the cultivation of the 9 cycles of true God. Then he gathered the higher-ups of the Haoranjin sect and directly told them 3 things. The first was the matter of the divine essence pills. After Yi Tianzong explained the effects of the divine essence pills, under the excited expressions of the other higher-ups of the Haoranjin sect, he directly took out 10,000 divine essence pills, 100,000 divine essence pills, 50,000 divine body pills, and 20,000 divine soul pills. The second thing was to build 3 more creation spirit pools and 1 more creation profound pool. Then he announced that the seal of heaven and earth would be broken again in 30 years. The third thing was to hold the strongest Wu Shun competition in the Central Plains in 10 years. At that time, the top 30 of the competition would be rewarded with divine essence pills and divine essence pills by the Haoranjin sect. The top 100 would be rewarded with 10 divine essence pills, and the top 300 would be rewarded with 3 divine essence pills. This was to increase their strength in the face of the crisis in the future. After announcing the 3 things, Yi Tianzong did not stay idle. He went to the foot of the 7 mountains occupied by the people of the Haoranjin sect. With his powerful strength, he used the rock-shifting magic skill of Whip Mountain to place the 7 medium-sized spirit veins and 70 small spirit veins he obtained from the human clan's super big thousand world at the foot of the 7 mountains. Then he set up a powerful protective formation. In the human clan's super big thousand world, spirit veins were a relatively widespread currency. Spirit veins were divided into small spirit veins, medium-sized spirit veins, large spirit veins, and super spirit veins. Super spirit veins were usually used by great emperors to buy and trade resources. Above super spirit veins were the ancestral spirit veins of heaven and earth. The ancestral spirit veins of heaven and earth were the foundation of the supreme sex. Only celestial venerables and supreme sex would use them to trade resources. Above the ancestral spirit veins of heaven and earth were the most precious innate spirit veins. These innate spirit veins of heaven and earth could absorb the chaotic chi outside the world and transform it into the purest innate vital chi. These innate spirit veins were very rare in the human clan's super big 1,000 world. There were no more than 30 of them. They were only controlled by the supreme celestial venerables and some extremely powerful supreme sex. If a small spirit vein was consumed without any replenishment, it could allow an ordinary expert at the third sky of myth realm to cultivate for 5 years. The vital chi of heaven and earth contained in a medium-sized spirit vein was more than 30 times that of a small spirit vein. Yi Tianzong had obtained a total of 10 medium-sized spirit veins and 100 small spirit veins. He had paid a hefty price to obtain these spirit veins. He had set up a spirit gathering formation to continuously support 7 medium-sized spirit veins and 70 small spirit veins. Then he had set up a powerful protective formation. Not long after, the concentration of the vital chi of heaven and earth on the 7 mountain peaks occupied by the disciples of the Haoranjin sect had more than doubled, and it was still increasing. The upper echelons of the Haoran Orthodox sect had already known about this beforehand. They immediately informed the entire sect that this was the spirit vein that the young master had set up. In the future, the cultivation environment would be better, etc. In any case, Yi Tianzong had once again gained a wave of reputation within the Haoran Orthodox sect. After completing the deployment of the spirit veins, Yi Tianzong first collected a lot of resources and materials to build the battle fortress and the sky patrol battleship to the people in the formation tool hall. Then he took out the resources and materials he had collected and began to build the creation spirit pool and the creation profound pool on Tiangang Peak. By the time he was done, 3 months had already passed. After finishing his work, Yi Tianzong once again entered a state of semi-seclusion. In addition to comprehending the law of the profound spirit world with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, he also took time to refine some divine vitality pills, divine body pills, and divine soul pills. On one side, Yi Tianzong was living a leisurely life. On the other side, because of the various pills he had provided, the number of myth realm experts in the Haoranjin sect had increased by a large amount. Even the higher-ups of the sect had entered the fast track of cultivation. All the more than 1,000 elders who were at the top of Wushang and could not advance after using their merit points to exchange for the divine vitality pills and other pills they needed. Many of them had successfully advanced to the first sky of myth realm. In just 5 years, the number of myth realm experts in the Haoranjin sect had increased to 230. How terrifying was that? In fact, the main reason why these elders at the top of Wushang could not advance to the myth realm was not necessarily that they did not have enough accumulation, but that the world did not allow it. To be more precise, the world did not have enough accumulation, and the risk of breaking through was too high. The reason why the people in the Haoranjin sect could have such a high success rate was not only because of the divine vitality pills, but also because Yi Tianzong had sacrificed the remaining 3 medium-sized spirit veins and 30 small spirit veins he had previously set up to the will of the world. In exchange, the world allowed the people in the Haoranjin sect to advance to the myth realm within 5 years. In addition to the addition of more than 200 myth realm experts at the first sky, the higher-ups of the Haoranjin sect, who had previously advanced to the first sky of myth realm, broke through to the second sky of myth realm with the support of the divine vitality pills, divine body pills, and divine soul pills. In addition to Yi Tianzong, Yi Haoran, and the others, the number of myth realm experts in the Haoranjin sect had reached 26. The number of myth realm experts in the Haoranjin sect had increased greatly. Because of the sufficient resources, martial artists below the myth realm could be found everywhere. In 5 years, the strength of the Haoranjin sect had increased by nearly tenfold. The higher-ups of the Haoranjin sect could proudly say that even without Yi Tianzong, the Haoranjin sect was still the strongest overlord in the Central Plains. It would not be a problem for them to fight against 50 holy lands alone. After 5 years of dormant development, the higher-ups of the Haoranjin sect put the Central Plains' strongest Wu Sheng competition on the agenda. Because at this time, the Haoranjin sect already had the capital and strength to suppress all those who did not agree with them. According to the usual practice, Yi Haoran and the other higher-ups of the Haoranjin sect first invited their allies who were on the same side, such as the Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Great Sacred Masters. First, he showed them part of the strength of the Haoranjin sect. Then he told them about the Divine Vitality Pills and the Divine Vitality Pills while hiding the existence of the Divine Body Pills and Divine Soul Pills. In the myth realm, it was the easiest to cultivate the Divine Vitality, followed by the Divine Body and lastly the Divine Soul. After Yi Haoran explained the effects of the Divine Elixir and Divine Essence Elixir, to the delight of the Lingyun Palace Master and the others, he said that he would give them a 50% discount, allowing them to use their resources and treasures to purchase the Divine Elixir and Divine Essence Elixir. Then he told the Lingyun Hall Master and the others that in order to deal with the future outer space crisis and increase the strength of the Central Plains, the Haoranjin sect would hold the Central Plains' strongest Wu Sheng competition in 5 years. At that time, the top 30 of the competition would be rewarded with Divine Vitality Pills and Divine Vitality Pills by the Haoranjin sect. The top 100 would be rewarded with 10 Divine Vitality Pills, and the top 300 would be rewarded with 3 Divine Vitality Pills. In the future, the strongest Wu Sheng competition would be held once every 10 years. Finally, he told the Lingyun Hall Master and the others that because the outer space crisis was approaching, they had decided to break the seal of heaven and earth again in 25 years to increase the capacity of this world. He hoped that they would be prepared as soon as possible. After 4 hours of discussion, the Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master, the 10 Great Sacred Masters, and the others left the Haoranjin sect in excitement. Chapter 247. A month later, the entire Chinese plains was in an uproar because of 2 pieces of news from Haoranjin sect. Haoranjin sect had already developed a divine transcendence pill that could help the elites at the peak of Wuxing increase their chances of reaching myth realm by 30%. They also had a divine essence pill that could help the elites at myth realm cultivate. The second piece of news was that Haoranjin sect planned to hold the strongest Wu Sheng tournament in the Chinese plains 5 years later. The top 30 in the tournament would be rewarded with Divine Essence Pills and Divine Transcendence Pills by Haoranjin sect. The top 100 would be rewarded with 10 Divine Essence Pills, and the top 300 would be rewarded with 3 Divine Essence Pills. The strongest Wu Sheng tournament would be held once every 10 years, and a King Sage ranking board would be released. The King Sage ranking board would record the top 300 in the strongest Wu Sheng tournament. A Wu Sheng would only have 2 chances to participate in the Wu Sheng tournament. All the major forces in the Chinese plains who received these 2 pieces of news confirmed the authenticity of the news to Haoranjin sect. The elites who were stuck at the peak of Wusheng and could not break through for a long time made up their minds to participate in the Wusheng tournament 5 years later. They were stuck at the peak of Wusheng and could not break through for a long time. In fact, they were already in their later years and had no hope of breaking through because they were too old. They could only watch as they died. Now that they had a chance to break through, they could not give up on it. Even if they had to pay any price, they would not mind dying. The entire Chinese plains was in a state of turmoil because of the 2 pieces of news from Haoranjin sect. undercurrents were also surging in the dark. Regardless of whether it was humans or monsters, all the major forces of power used their intelligence network in a frenzy to investigate all the people who posed a threat to the elites of their forces. If you know yourself and your enemy, you will never be defeated. It would be even better if you could get rid of some of your opponents beforehand. Myth realm martial artists were the rulers of the current world, and they stood at the top of the world. Each myth realm martial artist represented a powerful foundation and kismet, and no one would complain about having too many myth realm martial artists in their own faction. If it weren't for the fact that they knew that they couldn't afford to offend the Haurangian sect, the major forces of the Central Plains would have long since come to snatch the divinity pills and divine essence pills. While the top masters of Wusheng from the various forces were secretly preparing for the battle, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands, who were on the same side as the Haurangian sect, enjoyed the effects of the divine power elixir and the divine essence elixir in advance. The Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great sacred grounds spent a large amount of resources to purchase 100 divine connection pills and 500 divine essence pills from the Haurangian sect. The recovery of the profound spirit world, although it had only been a short period of time and it had not accumulated enough resources. But with the recovery of the world, there were many heaven-defying treasures that appeared. The Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands were second only to the Haurangian sect, and they had accumulated a lot of resources and treasures through their own strength, purchasing and trading with the Sea Tribe. Although buying 100 divine power elixirs and 500 divine essence pills cost a lot of resources, it was not even 1/5 of the resources they had accumulated. After obtaining the divine power elixirs and the divine essence pills, the Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 great sacred grounds' strength increased rapidly with the help of the divine essence pills. In just 1 year, they had risen from the early stage of the first sky of Myth Realm to the middle stage of the first sky of Myth Realm. With the help of the divine power elixirs, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun Sect, and the 10 great sacred grounds finally had new Myth Realm Masters. The Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 great sacred grounds were no longer alone. 3 years later, the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect gained 8 early-stage Myth Realm Masters, and the 10 great sacred grounds each had 7 early-stage Myth Realm Masters. Due to the risk of breaking through, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great sacred grounds each lost more than a dozen top masters of Wusheng. But they didn't care. A Myth Realm Master could fight against hundreds of top masters of Wusheng, and they only lost a dozen. The success rate was too high. If it weren't for the fact that many top masters of Wusheng didn't have enough accumulation and the small hope of breaking through, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great sacred grounds would have used up all the divine power elixirs in one go. At worst, they could just buy more. Another 2 years passed. It had been 5 years since the Haurangian sect announced the Wusheng competition. There was less than a month left before the start of the strongest Wusheng competition. The human and monster forces in the Central Plains all rushed to the Supreme Holy City, one after another. The Supreme Holy City was a huge city built by the Haurangian sect and the major forces in the Central Plains. It spanned thousands of miles and was built at the center of the Central Plains for the purpose of holding the strongest Wusheng competition. In the Supreme Holy City, Yi Tianzong set up a very powerful defensive formation and an ordinary spirit gathering formation that covered the entire city. The spirit gathering formation could gather the qi of heaven and earth within 100,000 miles and gather it in the Supreme Holy City, making the qi of heaven and earth in the Supreme Holy City 5 times denser than the outside world. No matter what, it was the largest city in the Central Plains, and it had a special meaning. It couldn't be too shabby. Half a month passed quickly, and all the major forces in the Central Plains came to Supreme Holy City one after another. Along with them were the Myth Realm elites of their respective forces. Even the 72 sacred grounds and 800 superforces in the Southern Wasteland Alliance, who knew about the situation, all sent important people to the supreme holy city. The major forces in the Southern Wasteland Alliance were very envious of the people in the Central Plains. They were still working hard to develop and catch up with the people in the Central Plains. While they were happy about the increase of Wu-Shang level masters, the people in the Central Plains had already started to plan to break through to the myth realm under the guidance of the Hao-Ranjin sect. The divinity pills that could increase the chances of breaking through to the myth realm and the divinity pills that were greatly beneficial to the cultivation of the myth realm were two extremely precious divine items in the whole world. The Hao-Ranjin sect had already refined them in batches, and they even took out many of them to reward the Wu-Shang in the Central Plains. Why didn't the Southern Wasteland have such a good thing? Who didn't want to break through to the myth realm? On the last day before the start of the competition, the people from the Hao-Ranjin sect finally arrived at the supreme holy city, while the people from the major forces were looking forward to it with complicated emotions. There were a total of 500 people from the Hao-Ranjin sect, and 150 of them were myth realm masters. Other than Li Qingya, Su Mingxin, and the other 3 women who were guarding the Hao-Ranjin sect's headquarters, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, Xinyu Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, Yi Yuanshan, and most of the higher-ups of the Hao-Ranjin sect came. The people from the Hao-Ranjin sect didn't have any intention to hide. When they teleported to the sky above the supreme holy city through the void teleportation formation and came out of the spatial rift, they all released their most powerful auras. More than 150 Myth Realm Masters at the middle stage of the first sky of Myth Realm and above released their full power and auras. In an instant, the vast divine power that seemed to be able to crush the world and turn the universe upside down swept across the space within a radius of 1,000,000 miles like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. All the people from the major forces were shocked. This was especially true for the most powerful Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, Xinyu Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, Yi Yuanshan, and the others. Their divine power, which was far more powerful than that of ordinary second sky of Myth Realm Masters, made all the Myth Realm Masters in the supreme holy city feel frightened and suffocated. They were so powerful that they couldn't resist at all. It turned out that the strength of the Hao-Ranjin sect had reached such an unbelievable level without them noticing. Could this be the full strength of the Hao-Ranjin sect? The higher-ups of the major forces absolutely believed that this was not the full strength of the Hao-Ranjin sect. It was no wonder that the Hao-Ranjin sect would take out the divine elixir and the original god elixir to reward those Wu-Shang who had not yet broken through to the myth realm. With the strength shown by the Hao-Ranjin sect, even if all the Wu-Shang who had obtained the divine elixir all broke through to the myth realm, what threat could they pose to them? Even if they became enemies, it would only take some effort. Moreover, there was Yi Tianzong, who regarded myth realm masters as ants. Even if there were thousands of myth realm masters, what could they do? At this moment, the major forces of the human clan and the demon clan in the Central Plains silently gave up the unreachable fantasy in their hearts. They completely stopped thinking about challenging the authority and status of the Hao-Ranjin sect. The people from the major forces of the Southern Wasteland had long been dumbfounded. They only knew that the Hao-Ranjin sect was powerful and was the overlord of the Central Plains, but they had never imagined that it would be so unimaginably powerful. They had no doubt that the Hao-Ranjin sect alone could flatten the Southern Wasteland. With a sweep of his divine soul, he knew the expressions of the major forces in the supreme holy city. This was also a deliberate move by Yi Tianzong and the higher-ups of the Hao-Ranjin sect. The original god elixir and the divine elixir were too tempting in the current world. It was impossible for the major forces to not have some thoughts about it. Then they might as well show the invincible strength of the Hao-Ranjin sect today, completely destroy the fantasy of the major forces, and establish the supreme overlord that no one could shake in the future. As for the effect, it could be seen from the expressions of the major forces. Even if there were still forces who did not give up, they would be completely destroyed when the time came. The next day, under the auspices of Yi Haoren, the long-awaited strongest Wu Xin competition in the Central Plains finally began. This time, Yi Haoren announced on behalf of the Hao Ranjin sect that in order to ensure fairness and give more opportunities to Wu Xing experts, the Hao Ranjin sect would not participate in the strongest Wu Xing competition this time. At the same time, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands also announced that they would only send 10 people to participate in the competition this time. The decision of the Hao Ranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, and the other major forces in the Central Plains were relieved. In every Tianjiao competition, the disciples of the Hao Ranjin sect would always win first place with their explosive strength. Therefore, the major forces were not confident in facing the Wu Sheng experts of the Hao Ranjin sect. Once they encountered them, there was an 80% to 90% chance that they would be defeated by them. Moreover, the Hao Ranjin sect definitely did not lack divine essence pills and Tongshan pills. Not participating in the competition, indeed, made them feel relieved. There was also the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands who had a good relationship with the Hao Ranjin sect and were in the same boat. The major forces did not believe that they would not be able to obtain divine essence pills and Tongshan pills from the Hao Ranjin sect. Now, they only sent out 10 people symbolically, which further confirmed their guess. It was obvious that the Hao Ranjin sect did not lack Tongshan pills and divine essence pills. Their attitude was that it would be better if they obtained them, but it did not matter if they did not obtain them. The main purpose of the competition was to learn from each other, and they would not risk their lives to fight for the top 30 places. In this way, without these forces that they could not afford to offend, all that was left was the fight between the major forces. Chapter 248. The battlefield of the strongest Wu Shen competition was a space secret realm with a radius of 100,000 miles created by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, Xinyu Yi Haoren, and most of the myth realm experts of the Hao Ranjin sect. Because this space secret realm was not for the Haoren Orthodox sect to use alone, Yi Tianzong used the materials provided by the various major forces to set up layers upon layers of reinforcing, defensive, spirit gathering, and dividing formations in this space secret realm that he opened up. After being reinforced by layers of formations, the space secret realm could withstand the long-term battle of more than 50,000 peak-level experts of Wu Shen at the same time. This time, the participants of the competition were all experts of the human clan and the demon clan, who were equivalent to the peak-level experts of Wu Shen. Only a few of them were in the late or middle stage of the 9th heaven of Wu Sheng. Most of these participants were experts from the super forces and holy lands, and a small number of them were rogue cultivators. The number of participants in the competition was more than 300,000. Many of the peak-level experts of Wu Sheng were near the end of their lifespans. They took advantage of this opportunity to fight. These people were the most dangerous because they did not have long to live and could only wait for death. Now that there was a chance to get rid of waiting for death, they would definitely do whatever it took. The strongest Wu Sheng competition began. Under the division of the space formation, 30,000 participants of the human clan and the demon clan entered the space secret realm to fight. This competition was not like the Heavenly Legends competition, where the human clan and the demon clan competed separately. For the sake of fairness, there was no distinction between the human clan and the demon clan. Each opponent was randomly assigned to whoever they met. Under the watchful eyes of the myth realm experts of the major forces, all the participants fought fiercely and launched violent and powerful attacks at their opponents. At this time, for the sake of victory, no one would show mercy. Unless one side admitted defeat, the battle would continue until the final victor was decided. This strongest Wu Sheng competition was destined to be cruel and bloody. Everyone knew that there would be a lot of casualties, but for the sake of the opportunity to break through, no one would shrink back, and neither would the major powers. Even if the contestants did not admit defeat until they were defeated and died, no one from the major forces would come to their rescue. Since he had entered the arena, he was responsible for his own life and death. Moreover, Haranjan's sect was in charge, so no one dared to break the rules. All the cultivators and monster beasts who were watching the competition had different feelings as they watched the people and monster beasts who were risking their lives to fight for a chance to win. However, there was only one kind of feeling that was the same, and that was the undying pursuit and desire for a higher realm on the road of cultivation. Even Yi Tianzong, who had seen similar scenes countless times, couldn't help but feel nostalgic. From these people and demon beasts he saw his own shadow. If he hadn't been chosen by the immortal mansion, he wouldn't even be as good as them. Perhaps he would have died on Earth in his first life. Recalling all his past experiences, Yi Tianzong let out a sigh of vicissitudes. Wu Sheng was a top powerhouse who had reached the peak of the myth realm. The mana in his body was vast and boundless. If it was an evenly matched battle, it was normal for the battle to last for a day and a night. Since the first day of the competition, many powerhouses had failed and died every day. At the same time, the victorious cultivators and monster beasts would continue to the next battle, which was even more difficult. In the atmosphere of tension, solemnity, joy, and sadness every day, the strongest Wu Sheng competition lasted for a month before it ended. The top 300 contestants of the competition were finally determined. Under the attention of everyone in the supreme holy city, Haranjan's sect followed the previous announcement and gave out 10 divine essence pills and 1 divine essence pill to the top 30 contestants of the competition. From the 31st to the 100th contestant, 10 divine essence pills were given as a reward. From the 101st to the 300th contestant, 3 divine essence pills were given as a reward. They also recorded the names of the top 300 contestants and some information on the King Sage board. In the following days, the King Sage board would spread throughout the Central Plains, just like the Prodigy board. At the end of the competition, Yi Tianzong also announced that from next year onwards, Haranjan's sect would auction 30 divine essence pills and 300 divine essence pills every year. The auction would be held in the supreme holy city. Those who were interested could participate in the auction. This news gave new hope and opportunities to those powerhouses and forces who did not get their hands on the divine essence pills and divine essence pills. Time passed year by year. In the blink of an eye, 25 years had passed. In the past 25 years, the righteous sect had sold a total of 750 divine transcendence pills and 7,500 divine essence pills to various forces in the Central Plains. At the request of the Southern Wasteland Alliance, Haranjan's sect also organized a Southern Wasteland Strongest Wu Sheng competition. The Strongest Martial Saint competition held in the Southern Wasteland paled in comparison to the Central Plains in many aspects. Only the top 100 were rewarded. The top 6 were rewarded with 1 divine elixir and 10 divine essence elixirs. The 7th to the 30th were rewarded with 10 divine essence elixirs. The 31st to the 100th were rewarded with 3 divine essence elixirs. At the same time, they also set up a Southern Wasteland King Sage board and set up an auction venue in the Southern Wasteland Holy City. Every year, 10 divine essence pills and 100 divine essence pills would be auctioned in the Southern Wasteland Holy City. In the past few years, because of the divine essence pills and divine essence pills, the number of new myth realm powerhouses in the Central Plains had increased by more than 500, and the number of new myth realm powerhouses in the Southern Wasteland had increased by more than 100. There were also those who were originally myth realm powerhouses. After taking the divine essence pills, their cultivation base had also increased by different degrees. In Haranjan's sect, because there was an unlimited supply of all kinds of divine essence pills, as long as one had enough merit points, they could exchange for them. Over the years, the number of myth realm powerhouses in Haranjan's sect had increased by more than 50, and the number of myth realm powerhouses was close to 300. Over the years, Ling Yunhal, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands had bought divine essence pills and divine essence pills from Haranjan's sect, and each of them had gained 15 to 20 new myth realm powerhouses. After the original myth realm powerhouses took the divine essence pills, their strength had also increased, and their overall strength had increased by leaps and bounds. On this day, the Lingyun Hall Master, Kunlun Sect Master, the 10 Holy Lords, and the others once again led the people from their respective forces to Hao Ranjin Sect. In a few days, Yi Tianzong and Hao Ranjin Sect would break the seal of heaven and earth again. The Lingyun Hall Master and the others came early with the stipulated number of people. A few days passed quickly. This time, the people who participated in breaking the seal of heaven and earth were all at Wuzun Realm or above Wuzun Realm. More than 20 years ago, when Yi Tianzong announced his decision to break the seal of heaven and earth, the higher-ups of Hao Ranjin Sect had already informed the whole sect. After more than 20 years of buffer time and the compensation from the higher-ups of the sect, there was no disturbance or dissatisfaction. After Yi Tianzong broke the seal of heaven and earth and went through 18 heavenly thunder tribulations and the net of heaven and earth's law, he finally reached the third sky of myth realm. Moreover, with the help of the 5-colored light pillar formed by the origin of heaven and earth, as well as the divine essence pills, divine body pills, and divine soul pills, Yi Tianzong's cultivation directly reached the late stage of the third sky of myth realm. After Yi Tianzong successfully reached the seal of heaven and earth, he once again ushered in the steps needed to break the seal of heaven and earth. After going through 4 checkpoints and fighting for a day, he finally destroyed the black humanoid creature formed by the seal of heaven and earth. After that, the seal of heaven and earth expanded again. This time, according to Yi Tianzong's connection with the will of heaven and earth, the expansion of heaven and earth would be about 200 times larger. It would take 10 years for the expansion to be complete. After Yi Tianzong returned to Hao Ranjin Sect, he told everyone the news and then announced to the public that he would be going into seclusion. During the expansion of heaven and earth, the chi of heaven and earth would constantly increase. All kinds of mysteries of heaven and earth would be filled with mysteries of heaven and earth, and the principles of heaven and earth would be revealed. This was the easiest time to comprehend. Everyone in Hao Ranjin Sect, and even all the creatures above the Wu King realm in the entire profound spirit world, took advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime period to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth and principles of heaven and earth, and to improve their strength. After Yi Tianzong announced that he would be going into seclusion, he entered the immortal mansion with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu. The profound spirit world was only a middle realm, and the immortal mansion could easily imitate the principles of heaven and earth. In the immortal mansion, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin, you could easily comprehend the principles of heaven and earth in the profound spirit world in a cultivation environment with 4 times the flow of time. This was also one of the heaven-defying functions of the immortal mansion. The 3,000 principles of heaven and earth in the profound spirit world were all around 70%. Yi Tianzong only comprehended 40% or 50% of the principles of heaven and earth. No matter if it was him, Ling Xinyue, or Xinyu, the 3 of them all seized the time to comprehend the principles of heaven and earth. 10 years in the outside world was 40 years in the immortal mansion. After 10 years, the recovery and expansion of the profound spirit world was finally completed. At this time, Yi Tianzong had comprehended 68% of the principles of time and space, and 65% of the principles of light and darkness and yin and yang. The 3,000 principles of heaven and earth in each world had their own emphasis. Some were weak and easy to comprehend, while some were strong and difficult to comprehend. In the profound spirit world, the principles of time, space, light, and darkness, and yin and yang were all very difficult to comprehend. However, once one comprehended them, their strength would be higher than other legends who comprehended the principles of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In these 10 years, because of the expansion of heaven and earth, the suppression on all living things had been reduced. The Hao-Ranjin sect had once again increased by more than 100 legends, first-stage experts. The number of people who had reached the peak of Wushang had already exceeded 3,000. After the expansion of heaven and earth was completed, it was time to receive the heaven and earth feedback. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu came out of their mortal mansion, and then flew to the top of Tiangang Peak. At the same time, all the people who had been waiting to participate in breaking the seal of heaven and earth, who had been counting the days, were also looking up at the 9 heavens with anticipation. Not long after, a long 5-colored river that was hundreds of feet wide fell from the 9 heavens. Then, according to the degree of participation of each person in breaking the seal, they received the corresponding origin of heaven and earth. Yi Tianzong received half of the origin of heaven and earth. After the infusion of the origin of heaven and earth's feedback, Yi Tianzong's divine origin and divine body were quickly promoted to the peak of the 3rd heaven of myth. However, the consumption of the origin of heaven and earth's origin of heaven and earth was less than 1/20. Seeing this situation, Yi Tianzong did not hesitate. He directly took out a large number of heaven and earth treasures, and then, with the remaining origin of heaven and earth's origin of heaven and earth, he made a prompt decision to start the 4th refining of the 9 refining nirvana. P.S. Thank you for the support of the readers. Thank you for the recommendation votes and monthly votes. The author thanks you. Chapter 249. When Yi Tianzong started to practice the 4th refining of nirvana, Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu, who had come to the top of Tiangang Peak with him, broke through the bottleneck of the 2nd sky of Myth Realm and reached the 3rd sky of Myth Realm with the help of the origin energy. After going through 18 heavenly thunder punishments and the test of the net of heaven and earth's law, their cultivation finally stabilized at the peak of the middle stage of the 3rd sky of Myth Realm. Breaking through to the Myth Realm required going through the heavenly thunder punishments and the test of the net of heaven and earth's law in all the small kiliacosms, medium kiliacosms, and great kiliacosms. Breaking through to the 1st and 2nd sky of Myth Realm required going through 9 heavenly thunder punishments. Breaking through to the 3rd and 4th sky of Myth Realm required going through 18 heavenly thunder punishments. Breaking through to the 5th and 6th sky of Myth Realm required going through 27 heavenly thunder punishments. Breaking through to the Divine King Realm required going through at least 36 heavenly thunder punishments, and at most 81 heavenly thunder punishments, depending on the cultivator's accumulation and foundation. After Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu successfully broke through, they noticed Yi Tianzong's situation and knew what Yi Tianzong was going through. This situation was basically the same as when they practiced the 9 refinements of true God. Therefore, they directly guarded Yi Tianzong and waited for Yi Tianzong to finish practicing the secret method. With the support of the pure origin energy of heaven and earth, Yi Tianzong successfully completed the 4th refining of nirvana in less than 2 months. After completing the 4th refining of nirvana, Yi Tianzong's divine origin became more condensed and returned to the late stage of the 3rd sky of Myth Realm. His godly body and godly soul also became more condensed. After experiencing his newfound strength, Yi Tianzong went with Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu to meet Yi Haoran and the others. After showing up at the Hao-Ranjin sect a few times, he left behind enough divine connection pills, divine essence pills, divine body pills, and divine soul pills before announcing that he would be going into seclusion again. The first 10 years after the expansion of heaven and earth was completed was also the time when the laws of heaven and earth were manifested. It was the best time to cultivate. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu entered the mortal mansion and continued to focus on comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. After another 40 years in the immortal mansion, Yi Tianzong had comprehended 69% of the laws of time and space, and 67% of the laws of light and darkness, and the laws of yin and yang. As for the 5 elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, due to his experience in the Great Thousand World, he had comprehended about 71% of them. Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu had also comprehended more than one type of law of heaven and earth. Ling Xinyue had comprehended 20% of the laws of time and space, and about 39% of the laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Xin Yu had comprehended 23% of the laws of space, 37% of the laws of yin and yang, and 35% of the laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. After the expansion of heaven and earth was completed, all that was left was to continuously develop and accumulate strength. After spending 3 months with Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu, Yi Tianzong once again passed through the colorful barrier and entered the Black Heaven sect in the human race's super great thousand world. After 5 years in the human race's great thousand world, Yi Tianzong once again returned to the Black Heaven sect. This time, as soon as Yi Tianzong's figure appeared in the cultivation cave, he felt a strange movement from heaven and earth. With a thought, Yi Tianzong understood the reason. Before he went into seclusion and disappeared, he was at the 2nd heaven of mythical realm. When he reappeared, he was at the 3rd heaven of mythical realm. Heaven and earth had sensed the change in his aura. This meant that he needed to go through the heavenly lightning tribulation. Seeing this, Yi Tianzong did not hesitate. He directly walked out of the cultivation cave and flew to the area in the Black Heaven sect that was specially divided for the heavenly lightning tribulation. Although he had already passed the heavenly lightning tribulation, Yi Tianzong still did not relax. As an inner sect disciple of the Black Heaven sect who received a lot of attention, Yi Tianzong's act of transcending the heavenly thunder tribulation and breaking through had attracted a lot of attention. Even the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect was watching Yi Tianzong transcend the tribulation from afar. After Yi Tianzong passed the test of the heavenly lightning tribulation and the net of laws, he broke through to the 3rd heaven of mythical realm under the witness of many people in the Black Heaven sect. His cultivation realm soared all the way until it stabilized at the peak of the 3rd heaven of mythical realm. There is no doubt that Yi Tianzong's breakthrough situation caused many people in the Black Heaven sect to be surprised and discuss it. In the past, there were disciples who had a lot of accumulation and had a great improvement in their realm after a breakthrough. However, there was almost no situation like Yi Tianzong, who directly advanced to the peak of the next realm after a breakthrough. This also proved how unfathomable Yi Tianzong's accumulation was. As long as he did not fall midway, his future would be limitless. After Yi Tianzong broke through to the 3rd heaven of mythical realm, he went directly to the assessment hall to verify his identity as a core disciple. After being promoted to a core disciple, Yi Tianzong's identity and status went further. The number of Black Heaven sect disciples who followed Yi Tianzong had exceeded 500 people. With the sect master of the Black Heaven sect as a secret backer, after being promoted to a core disciple, Yi Tianzong did not have any thoughts of hiding his strength and biding his time. In a few days, he began his own challenge journey. The Black Heaven sect was similar to the Hao Ranjin sect in the profound spirit world. The outer sect disciple, inner sect disciple, core disciple, and true disciple, all 4 levels of disciples had a corresponding ranking list of strength. Where there were people, there were battles. When Yi Tianzong was an inner sect disciple, because he was good at alchemy and arranging formations, there were many core disciples and true disciples who wanted to take Yi Tianzong under their command. How could Yi Tianzong agree? However, if Yi Tianzong did not agree, those core disciples and true disciples who failed to recruit Yi Tianzong would not easily let go of him. In the process of suppressing Yi Tianzong, it was inevitable that 3rd heaven and 4th heaven mythical realm disciples of the Black Heaven sect would bully the weak. They wanted to suppress Yi Tianzong and make Yi Tianzong submit. Yi Tianzong did not indulge those who wanted to find trouble to suppress him. He directly went to the life and death arena to fight to the death. As for the fifth heaven mythical realm true disciples, no one dared to fight Yi Tianzong personally. Yi Tianzong was only at the second heaven of mythical realm. It was a bit unreasonable for a fourth heaven mythical realm to suppress him. If a fifth heaven mythical realm disciple personally bullied Yi Tianzong, the higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect would never allow it. Anyone who dared to offend him would not be tolerated. The Black Heaven sect did not forbid fights between disciples because it was inevitable. However, it was absolutely forbidden to blatantly bully the weak and frame others. All fights must be within a controllable range. If a fifth heaven mythical realm true disciple personally suppressed an inner disciple for no reason, the higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect would definitely punish him severely. The lightest punishment would be to cripple his cultivation base and face the wall for 1,000 years. In the more than 1 million years since the establishment of the Black Heaven sect, the sect's implementation of the sect's rules was very good. This was the order given by the 3 great emperor ancestors of the Black Heaven sect. Although the 3 great emperor ancestors did not usually care about the sect's affairs, as long as there was a violation of the sect's rules and the higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect did not handle it properly, they would set things right and be merciless to those who broke the rules. Even their own descendants would be severely punished. The 3 great emperor ancestors were so iron-blooded and upright. Naturally, the higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect were also greatly affected. Under the governance of these people, although the Black Heaven sect did not dare to say that it was absolutely fair and just the internal strife, conspiracy, and so on were definitely much less than other emperor-level forces. It was also because of this fairer atmosphere in the Black Heaven sect that their strength developed so quickly. From the establishment of the Black Heaven sect until now, it had developed from one early great emperor ancestor and 3 divine king realm experts to 3 great emperor ancestors and more than 50 divine king realm experts in just over 1 million years. Moreover, even without the Black Heaven sect's rules, Yi Tianzong himself was not without background and support in the Black Heaven sect. Not to mention the sect master of the Black Heaven sect. There were also many elders who were close to Yi Tianzong's grandfather and parents in this world. In addition, Yi Tianzong himself was very capable and had made a lot of contributions to the sect. These people could not just stand by and watch Yi Tianzong be unfairly bullied. Due to many factors, Yi Tianzong was not reprimanded by the higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect after seriously injuring those core disciples who deliberately looked for trouble in the life and death arena and even killed them. After all, it was not Yi Tianzong's fault. Those who took the initiative to look for trouble could only blame themselves for being beaten up. They could not blame others. The strength ranking of the core disciples recorded the top 300 people in strength. These people were basically late 4th sky or peak 4th sky of myth realm disciples. Many of them had fought with Yi Tianzong before. Therefore, Yi Tianzong directly targeted the people on the ranking list when he challenged them. Ordinary core disciples were not his opponents at all. The one who once fought with Yi Tianzong was a core disciple who ranked 293rd. His name was Sun Xuani, and he was peak late 4th sky of myth realm. During the battle, Yi Tianzong deliberately hid his strength, so they were evenly matched. But this time, Yi Tianzong planned to teach Sun Xuani a lesson. Sun Xuani was under the command of a peak 5th sky of myth realm true disciple. That true disciple was called Wang He. According to rumors, although this person was talented, he was somewhat narrow-minded. He could not bear to see others being more outstanding than him. He often suppressed some core disciples and true disciples who were not as strong as him. His methods were somewhat shady and unpresentable. Birds of a feather flocked together. Sun Xuani was the same kind of person. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. Sun Xuani did not refuse Yi Tianzong's challenge, nor could he refuse it. The two people directly fought on the life and death arena. In the Mystic Sky sect, There were two types, the battle arena and the life and death arena. Under normal circumstances, unless there was a deep hatred or an irreconcilable conflict, the mystic sky sect's disciples would fight in the battle arena. But for Yi Tianzong and Sun Xuanyi, who were known to have no room to maneuver, they could only fight to the death. After all, anyone who knew the situation knew that Sun Xuanyi had offended Yi Tianzong to the point of death. If it weren't for Yi Tianzong's vigilance, he might have been killed by Sun Xuanyi and the others. However, Sun Xuanyi and others did not leave any evidence, so Yi Tianzong could only endure. In the life and death arena, Yi Tianzong did not hesitate to test the waters and then counterattack. He directly used his overwhelming strength to violently push Sun Xuanyi to the point where he could not raise his head. Under Sun Xuanyi's resentful and incredulous expression, he died in less than 10 moves by Yi Tianzong. He was annihilated by Yi Tianzong. Chapter 250. Yi Tianzong didn't use much strength after he eliminated Sun Xuanyi with a domineering and peerless world-suppressing fist. He adjusted his breathing slightly and ignored Wang He and the others who were glaring at him because of Sun Xuanyi's death. They wanted to tear him into pieces. His expression was normal as he continued his challenge. Yi Tianzong fought those who didn't have a grudge against him, or those who didn't have a grudge against him to a certain extent. He would be merciful as long as his opponent admitted defeat in the end. As for those who had offended him in the past, Yi Tianzong was not merciful at all. Yi Tianzong's challenge to the core disciples caused quite a stir and attracted the attention of the entire mysterious sky sect. The challenge lasted for a total of 10 days. Yi Tianzong didn't challenge one by one. Instead, he challenged a total of 73 people. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Yi Tianzong's battle strength was invincible. He directly pushed his way to the 3rd place on the ranking list. No one could last more than 50 moves against him. The 1st and 2nd place in the ranking list were already in closed-door cultivation and didn't know about this matter. Yi Tianzong also stopped challenging them and returned to his normal state of cultivation, alchemy, formation, and collecting resources. As time passed, the huge storm caused by Yi Tianzong gradually calmed down. However, Yi Tianzong's powerful strength still left a deep impression on everyone in the mysterious sky sect. Don't forget that Yi Tianzong was only at the 3rd heavenly layer of myth. Once he advanced to the 4th heavenly layer of myth, many people at the 5th heavenly layer of myth might not be a match for Yi Tianzong. The sect master of the mysterious sky sect and some of the higher-ups of the mysterious sky sect who thought highly of Yi Tianzong. After seeing Yi Tianzong's performance, their evaluation of Yi Tianzong increased by several levels. Not only was he stunning, he didn't become arrogant after his victory. Instead, he maintained a calm state and focused on cultivating, building a good relationship with the disciples of the sect. This was the temperament that a qualified leader's disciple should have. Originally, they thought that Yi Tianzong was lacking in this aspect and needed to be reminded. Unexpectedly, they didn't even need to remind him. Yi Tianzong was very clear on what he should do. Over the next 20 years, not only did Yi Tianzong create divine connection pills, divine essence pills, divine body pills, and divine soul pills, which were the 4 most popular medicinal pills, he also used the resources and materials he gathered to build 2 spirit creation pools to train the outer sect disciples below myth realm. He also purchased the right to use a mountain peak from the sect and named it Howran Peak. Using 3 medium and 30 small spirit veins, he set up the Howran Limitless Great Formation, just like the Howranjin sect. He built his own Howran camp. Once he entered Howran Peak, he was considered a member of Howran camp. The people in Howran camp had to uphold Howran's righteousness and do things that Howran was magnanimous. However, they had to give their enemies a taste of their own medicine. This was the rule that Yi Tianzong set for Howran camp. 20 years had passed, and now there were 50 core disciples, 500 inner sect disciples, and 3,000 outer sect disciples who joined Howran camp. Many core disciples and true disciples were quite dissatisfied with Yi Tianzong occupying a mountain peak and building Harren camp. This was especially so when Yi Tianzong openly built a spirit creation pool to train the outer sect disciples. This made the true disciples who had the ambition to fight for the position of the sect master and the higher-ups of the sect master feel deeply threatened. However, what made them even more depressed was that they learned from the upper echelons of the Black Heaven sect that the method to build the creation spirit pool was obtained by Yi Tianzong through an opportunity. He gave this opportunity to the sect, and the sect also promised Yi Tianzong that he could freely build the creation spirit pool to nurture those close to him. Using power to suppress him would not work. None of the core disciples were Yi Tianzong's match. They could not afford to let a true disciple with a higher realm challenge Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong could also refuse. At the same time, he would not let others think that he was a coward. After all, if he could not win, then he would be a real fool. It was fine to scheme in the dark once or twice, but if he always used underhanded schemes, not to mention Yi Tianzong, even the higher-ups of the sect would not allow it. Generally speaking, those who could become true disciples of Black Heaven sect were not the kind of people who harbored evil intentions and always thought of using crooked methods. Not everyone was as narrow-minded as Wang He, who could not bear to see others being outstanding. For the time being, those core disciples and true disciples who wanted to suppress Yi Tianzong could only watch gloomily as Yi Tianzong's forces and influence grew rapidly, which made them feel very uncomfortable. Yi Tianzong did not care about what happened in the outside world. As long as nothing major happened that could affect the sect, Yi Tianzong had been quietly staying on Harren Peak, cultivating, comprehending the laws, refining pills, and studying formations. From time to time, he would also explain the mysteries of the myth realm cultivation to the inner and core disciples who followed him on Harren Peak and answer some of the problems they encountered in cultivation. Just like that, another 20 years passed leisurely. During this period, Yi Tianzong chose a suitable time to break through to the myth realm's fourth layer again. Moreover, after passing through 18 lightning tribulations and the net of laws, he directly advanced to the middle stage of the myth realm's fourth layer. After consolidating his realm, Yi Tianzong spent a lot of contribution points to sell a lot of divine essence pills, divine body pills, and divine soul pills. Finally, he gathered the rare spiritual herbs and heavenly treasures needed to cultivate the fifth nirvana refinement. After a year, he finally completed the fifth nirvana refinement successfully. After advancing to the fourth layer of myth realm, Yi Tianzong found time to defeat the first and second place of the core disciple ranking and directly became the first. Then he returned to his previous state of cultivation, comprehending the laws, refining pills, studying formations, and collecting resources. Another thing worth mentioning was that in the past, in order to train the outer and inner disciples who joined Harren's camp, Yi Tianzong moved the 1,000 Elephants formation in the profound spirit worlds, Haranjin sect, to let them know the position of their strength. According to his own strength and understanding of the strength of the Black Sky sect's disciples, Yi Tianzong set up a set of more powerful 1,000 Elephants formation on Harren Mountain. The range of the 1,000 Elephants formation's test range was from the Wu King realm to the fourth layer of Myth realm. In Yi Tianzong's division, the 1,000 Elephants formation was still divided into 5 levels: Ordinary, Elite, Heaven's Chosen, King, and Supreme. Each level was further divided into 2 levels, Level 1 and Level 2. It was more detailed than the division of the Haranjin sect's 1,000 Elephants formation. Level 2 Supreme was the position of strength Yi Tianzong gave to his own strength, referring to the strength of the fourth nirvana refinement. Yi Tianzong, who had completed the fifth nirvana refinement, had surpassed Level 2 Supreme. Yi Tianzong's division of strength for each level was spread throughout the Black Sky sect, through all the outer disciples, inner disciples, and some core disciples who had participated in the challenge. Many people were interested in the 1,000 Elephants formation set up by Yi Tianzong and wanted to experience it for themselves. However, the Thousand Elephants Formation was set up on Harran Mountain, and other people were not allowed to enter Harran Mountain without permission. In the end, the sect master of the Black Sky sect came directly to Harran Mountain after hearing the news. After observing the Thousand Elephants Formation for a while, he told Yi Tianzong, "This Thousand Elephants Formation is very helpful in testing the strength of the sect's disciples. Find some time to set one up in the sect. The sect will provide the materials, and it will save others from always thinking about you." Since the sect master had spoken, what else could Yi Tianzong do? He could only bring the disciples he had taught before to set up a large-scale Thousand Elephants Formation in the Black Sky sect. Furthermore, there would be different rewards according to the difficulty of the challenge. After Yi Tianzong finished setting it up, the outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples who had long wanted to experience it for themselves entered the Thousand Elephants Formation to challenge it. In the end, some people were happy while others were sad. Those who succeeded in the challenge were naturally happy, while those who failed were unhappy and depressed. Through this Thousand Elephants Formation, the strength of the outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples in the Black Sky sect was clearly divided. What made many disciples and higher-ups of the Black Sky sect somewhat unacceptable was that among the more than 1 million outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples of the Black Sky sect, less than 100,000 disciples had reached the elite level. There were about 6,000 people who had reached the prodigy level, and only about 30 of them had reached the king level. Only one of them had barely reached the king level, and he was once the number one of the core disciples. Of course, there was no one at the supreme level except for Yi Tianzong. This kind of result was unacceptable to many of the Black Sky sect's disciples who thought highly of themselves. Many higher-ups of the Black Sky sect also could not accept it. Later, there were even many true disciples at the peak of the fifth sky of Myth Realm. Under the instructions of the higher-ups of the Black Sky sect, they sealed their cultivation to the peak of the fourth sky of Myth Realm and entered the Thousand Elephants Formation to be tested, allowing them to challenge the king level and the supreme level. As a result, the king level passed smoothly, but the king level too had some difficulty. Almost all of the people at the supreme level fought for a long time and withdrew with their heads and faces covered in dirt. Only a few people passed, very reluctantly. The second supreme level was blasted out in a face-to-face confrontation and was completely annihilated. This kind of result, once again, caused a great uproar in the Black Sky sect. Those true disciples were at the peak of the fifth sky of Myth Realm. Even if they sealed their cultivation, they still had the comprehension of the realm, the law, and the realm of the divine body and the divine soul. In the face of the supreme level difficulty of the Thousand Elephants Formation, only a few people barely passed. The second supreme level difficulty was blasted out without any power to fight back. This supreme level difficulty was too crazy, wasn't it? Was the person who arranged this formation blind? The disciples and higher-ups of the Black Sky sect could not accept this, so they directly called Yi Tianzong over. They wanted to see how Yi Tianzong had passed through the Thousand Elephants Formation. In order to improve his status in the Black Sky sect, Yi Tianzong did not decline and directly showed his strength. After a little effort, he passed the first supreme level difficulty. Then, after fighting for half an hour, he passed the second supreme level difficulty with some difficulty. When the result came out, the disciples and higher-ups of the Black Sky sect finally fell silent. The facts proved that Yi Tianzong was not blind, but they were too weak. It turned out that they still had a long way to go. Everyone had to accept this cruel fact. After encouraging the disciples of the Black Sky sect, the higher-ups of the Black Sky sect let the disciples of the Black Sky sect disperse. They also strictly ordered that today's matter should not be spread out. P.S. Please recommend and add this to your collection. Chapter 251. Yi Tianzong's days in the Black Heaven sect returned to normal. The only difference was that because of his amazing performance and strength in the Thousand Elephant Formation, The number of disciples in the Black Heaven sect who joined Harun's camp had more than doubled, reaching more than 7,000 people. The number of core disciples had reached more than 120 people. According to the difficulty level of the 1,000 elephant formation set up by Yi Tianzong and the performance of the peak 5th heavenly layer myth true disciples who had their cultivation sealed, everyone in the Black Heaven sect knew that although Yi Tianzong was only at the middle 4th heavenly layer of myth true disciples, his strength had definitely reached the peak 5th heavenly layer of myth true disciples. When he advanced to the 6th heavenly layer of myth true disciples, he would definitely be a super powerhouse among the true disciples and one of the powerful contenders for the sect's upper echelons in the future. While Yi Tianzong continued to cultivate, the Black Heaven sect's upper echelons increased the investment and construction of the creation spirit pool. Through the test results of the 1,000 elephant formation, they found that the Black Heaven sect's disciples who had experienced the baptism of the creation spirit pool were generally at least one level stronger than those who had not. The creation spirit pool in the profound spirit world could help cultivators increase their potential and foundation. It could even help them cultivate special physiques. It could also play a role in the human race's colossal world. After all, the same spiritual herbs, spiritual materials, and other treasures contain different origins and medicinal effects in the colossal world and the colossal world. An ordinary person who grew up in the colossal world would be much stronger than an ordinary person who grew up in the colossal world, whether it was strength or origin foundation. The young elites who could enter an emperor-level force like the Black Heaven sect were all talented people. In the profound spirit world, they were at least at the level of geniuses. Now, with the baptism of the creation spirit pool to strengthen their foundation, the Black Heaven sect's disciples would definitely be stronger than emperor-level forces of the same level in the long run. Yi Tianzong had no plans to take out the higher-level creation spirit pool for the time being. He planned to take it out when he advanced to the peak 6th heavenly layer of myth true disciples or the divine king realm. His cultivation was too low now, so it was not a good thing to take it out too early. In any case, the entire world would be his in the future, and the Black Heaven sect was just a starting point. He could use the Black Sky sect to continuously collect all kinds of resources, enhance his own strength, and promote the development of the Black Sky sect at the same time. It was a win-win situation. Take your time to develop. What's the rush? Day after day, year after year. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. Under the planning of the Mystic Sky sect's higher-ups, the strength of the Mystic Sky sect's disciples was steadily increasing as time passed. More and more disciples had reached the elite and Heaven's Pride level. As for the king level, it was not that easy to reach it. In the past 30 years, only 20 disciples had reached the king level, and all of them were king level 1 disciples. None of them had reached king level 2. If one wanted to reach the king rank, not only would they need sufficient cultivation resources, techniques, and divine abilities, but they would also need the cultivator's own efforts and opportunities. It was impossible to increase a lot in a short period of time. Even so, the higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect were quite satisfied. They knew how difficult it was to become a disciple of the martial saint level. However, as long as the number of challenger-level disciples increased, the Black Heaven sect's strength would increase significantly in the future. This was because, according to their own comparison, they discovered that disciples who had reached the king realm all had the opportunity to advance to the God King realm in the future. As long as they had 300 challenger-level disciples, even if only 1/10 of them were to advance to the God King realm, the Black Heaven sect's strength would increase significantly. When they thought about how many God Kings would appear in the Black Heaven sect in the future, the higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect were overjoyed. In the past 30 years, Yi Tianzong had been keeping a low profile. He cultivated quietly, comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, refined pills, studied formations, and refined weapons. From time to time, he would guide the Black Heaven sect's disciples in their cultivation, answer their questions, and collect resources. Although it was peaceful, he was busy and orderly. During this period, Yi Tianzong even took the time to return to the profound spirit world and stayed there for 2 years. He left behind 100,000 divine pills, 300,000 divine essence pills, 150,000 divine body pills, and 80,000 divine soul pills for the Hauranjin sect, as well as countless materials for refining weapons. Then Yi Tianzong once again rearranged the spirit gathering formation on the 7 mountains occupied by the Hauranjin sect, including Tiangang Peak. In the 50 years that Yi Tianzong spent in the human race's colossal world, he collected another 50 medium-sized spirit veins and 500 small-sized spirit veins. He used 35 medium-sized spirit veins and 350 small-sized spirit veins to strengthen the spirit gathering formation on the 7 mountains, making the Hauranjin sect's cultivation environment even better. The remaining medium-sized spirit veins and small-sized spirit veins were all sacrificed to the will of heaven and earth in exchange for increasing the success rate of the Hauranjin sect's mythical realm experts to break through within 5 years. The rest of the time was spent with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, living the life of an immortal couple. After 2 years, Yi Tianzong left a large amount of cultivation resources for the 2 of them, and then continued to return to the Black Heaven sect in the human race's colossal world. It was not until 30 years after the 1,000 Elephant Formation was set up that Yi Tianzong's cultivation base rose to the peak of the 4th heaven of mythical realm. After reaching the 4th heaven of mythical realm, Yi Tianzong's cultivation base could not have any more breakthroughs due to the restrictions of the profound spirit world. Next, other than continuing to deepen his accumulation and complete the 6th refining of nirvana, Yi Tianzong had nothing else to do. However, to complete the 6th refining of nirvana, he needed a lot of precious heaven and earth treasures, and there was only a small portion of them in the Black Heaven sect. In order to quickly gather the required resources, Yi Tianzong could only think of the most direct and effective way, which was to exchange for them at the War God Temple in the World Battlefield, Trial Battlefield. There were countless heaven and earth treasures and various resources in the War God Temple in the World Battlefield. There were even many rare treasures that did not exist in the colossal world. Yi Tianzong was sure that he would be able to gather all the treasures and resources needed to cultivate the 9th refining of nirvana in the War God Temple. The only thing he needed was a lot of battle achievements. Therefore, after staying in the Black Heaven sect for another 10 years and preparing all the resources, elixirs, and weapons he needed, Yi Tianzong made a request to the higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect to enter the world battlefield again. To be honest, the higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect did not really want to agree to Yi Tianzong's request. In the past, Yi Tianzong did not show it, so they did not know about it. However, Yi Tianzong's contributions to the sect, personal strength, and style of doing things all made the higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect very satisfied. They had long regarded Yi Tianzong as an important higher-up of the sect in the future. They did not want Yi Tianzong to enter the world battlefield again to take risks. If he encountered people from other worlds or other supreme forces, Yi Tianzong might not be able to return safely. If anything happened to Yi Tianzong, it would be a great loss to the Black Heaven sect. However, Yi Tianzong's reasons were very good. First of all, he had no opponents in the sect. Those true disciples of the 6th celestial layer would not be able to pose a threat to him after he reached the 5th celestial layer. Once he reached the 6th celestial layer, he would be the strongest. This was not beneficial to his future cultivation path. He needed to find stronger opponents to temper himself and forge a stronger foundation. Secondly, if he did not go to the world battlefield but challenged the disciples of other forces in the colossal world, there was no guarantee that the other forces would give him a fair chance to fight. In order to prevent him from being a threat after he grew up, those emperor-level and supreme forces would definitely kill him in advance. In the world battlefield, he could guarantee a fair chance to fight against the prodigies of other forces and other worlds. In the end, after much consideration, the higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect agreed to Yi Tianzong's request to go to the world battlefield. A month later, Yi Tianzong followed the Black Heaven Sect's team and set off for the world battlefield. This time, the team was led by 3 Sixth Heaven mythological realm elders. There are a total of 300 people in the team, and all of them were core disciples. Yi Tianzong, these core disciples, and the 3 elders would stay in the world battlefield for hundreds of years. Along the way, whether it was the 3 Sixth Heaven mythological realm elders or the other core disciples, they were all very polite to Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong's strength was well known in the Black Heaven sect. An ordinary Sixth Heaven mythological realm disciple might not be able to defeat him. On the world battlefield, an existence like Yi Tianzong's strength was off the charts, which meant that he had a higher chance of survival. The Black Heaven Sect's team kept a low profile all the way. When they saw the teleportation stargate standing in the vast world again, Yi Tianzong was still in disbelief. After crossing the teleportation stargate, Yi Tianzong and the others finally arrived at the Black Heaven Sect's stronghold on the second layer of the world battlefield after being informed by the 3 Sixth Heaven mythological realm elders. The 3 Sixth Heaven mythological realm elders, who led the team, previously returned to the Black Heaven Sect. They did not have the immunity talisman, so it was impossible for them to enter the second layer of the world battlefield. The Black Heaven Sect only had one stronghold on the second layer of the world battlefield. This stronghold was a city that occupied an area of 100 miles. The stronghold was filled with people from the Black Heaven Sect. There were about 8,000 people in the stronghold, and they were led by a peak Sixth Heaven mythological realm elder who had the immunity talisman. The arrival of Yi Tianzong and the others was welcomed by the commander elder. The elder who led the Black Heaven Sect's stronghold was called Xianqin. He was the 3rd inner disciple of the Black Heaven Sect's sect master. His strength was ranked in the top 5 among all the Sixth Heaven mythological realm experts in the Black Heaven Sect. Xianqin had been in charge of the world battlefield for more than 70 years. Over the years, as the Black Heaven Sect's disciples came to the world battlefield one after another, Xianqin also knew some information about Yi Tianzong. Xianqin and Yi Tianzong's parents, who had died in this world, were of the same generation. Although they were not very close, they definitely did not have any grudges. Xianqin had long wanted to see Yi Tianzong, who was talented and powerful. Now that he saw Yi Tianzong and felt the aura that was faintly emitted from Yi Tianzong's body that was even more powerful than a peak 5th Heaven mythological realm expert, Xianqin could not help but secretly admire Yi Tianzong's strength. As he valued and thought highly of Yi Tianzong, Xianqin directly arranged the position of captain for Yi Tianzong to lead 500 disciples of the Black Heaven Sect. Yi Tianzong did not decline and accepted Xianqin's kindness. The other disciples of the Black Heaven Sect had no objections to having a powerful captain like Yi Tianzong. In order to respond to Xianqin's kindness, Yi Tianzong asked Xianqin for a large amount of materials and resources on the second day after he settled down. He set up a set of Howren infinite formation for the stronghold of the Black Heaven Sect, Black Heaven City. It could defend against the simultaneous attacks of 6 Sixth Heaven mythological realm experts to the greatest extent. Chapter 252. The Howren Everlasting Formation was a combination of defense, spirit gathering, enemy trapping techniques, and illusions. It was a city-protecting formation that Xiantian City urgently needed. It also solved one of Xianqin's worries. He was even more impressed with Yi Tianzong now. In the world battlefield, there were many precious resources scattered all over the place. The reason why every world's factions set up a stronghold in the world battlefield was not only to allow their prodigies and experts to fight for their own fortune, but also to find and plunder the precious resources in the world battlefield. All sorts of precious resources were buried in the world battlefield. Whoever could find them would be considered lucky. Whether or not they could protect them after finding them would depend on their own strength and planning. A month after arriving in Xiantian City, it was Yi Tianzong's turn to lead a team to search for resources. In the second layer of the world battlefield, the Black Heaven sect did not have a single resource mine. Instead, they shared a mythical feather fantasy crystal mine with the Sky Blade sect and the ancient Luo sect. The mythical feather fantasy crystal was the same as the 5-elemental gold essence. They were both raw materials used to refine Emperor weapons. However, the mythical feather fantasy crystal was of a higher grade and more precious than the 5-elemental gold essence. The mythical feather fantasy crystal mine guarded by the Black Heaven sect, the Skyblade sect, and the ancient Luo sect was a medium-sized mine. It had been discovered more than 100 years ago. However, due to the special rules of the world battlefield, it was very difficult for disciples at the third and fourth heaven of the mythical realm to mine it. It would take the Black Heaven sect, the Skyblade sect, and the ancient Luo sect at least 300 years to finish mining this medium-sized mythical feather fantasy crystal mine. The mythical feather fantasy crystal was mined by the other Black Heaven sect disciples along with the Skyblade sect and the ancient Luo sect. Nothing had happened for more than 100 years. Naturally, there was no need for Yi Tianzong to worry about it. After Yi Tianzong sorted everything out, he led the 500 Black Heaven sect disciples out of Shintian City to search for treasures in the world battlefield. Searching for treasures in the world battlefield was a very dangerous thing to do. This was because countless Emperor-class and Supreme forces in the 10 boundless worlds would send out their own teams to search for treasures at all times. This way, there was a high chance that they would meet other teams that were also out to search for treasures. In the world battlefield, other than the sect's disciples, everyone else was an enemy. Once they encountered each other, it would be fine if they were evenly matched. It was very likely that they would brush past each other due to their own misgivings. However, if one side had a great advantage in strength, then the other side would be in danger. If they didn't deal with it properly, then they would be annihilated by a powerful team. God King Forces teams were afraid of encountering Emperor Forces teams, while Emperor Forces teams were afraid of encountering Sovereign Forces teams. For example, if the team led by Yi Tianzong from the Black Sky sect was unlucky enough to encounter a team from another Supreme Force, they wouldn't be able to kill the Supreme Forces team even if they could. Unless it was a matter of life and death, they could only wait for the Supreme Force's revenge. Although Taiyuan Heavenly Venerate was present in Taiyuan Domain, Heavenly Venerate experts from other regions could not attack Taiyuan Domain, which was under Taiyuan Heavenly Venerate's jurisdiction. However, Taiyuan Heavenly Venerate would not care if a Supreme Force sent a Great Emperor expert to attack Black Sky Sect. In any place, strength determined everything. The weak could only take a beating. Taking a beating without retaliating was not Yi Tianzong's character. Yi Tianzong had long considered the possibility of encountering a Supreme Forces team and had also come up with a plan to deal with it. The body displacement divine art was Yi Tianzong's method of dealing with it. The body displacement divine art was a divine art that Yi Tianzong had obtained from the inheritance of the Immortal Mansion. It was a minor divine art, but its effects were very powerful. After cultivating the body displacement divine art, one could completely change the cultivator's appearance and aura. Even the aura of the spirit could be changed. One could completely become a different person or race. Unless one encountered a living being with an innate delirium divine art, no one would be able to distinguish the true faces of Yi Tianzong and the others. When Yi Tianzong was in Shintian City, he had imparted the body displacement divine art to the 500 Black Sky sect disciples that he was in charge of. However, what Yi Tianzong imparted was a very incomplete version of the body displacement divine art. It could only change one's appearance and divine body aura for a certain period of time. It could not change one's spirit aura. In order to achieve the effect of changing one's spirit aura, one had to consume the illusionary God pill. However, it was very difficult to refine the illusionary God pill. Yi Tianzong had only accumulated a total of 5,000 illusionary God pills in his previous life. The effects of one illusionary god pill could last for 3 years. That was enough. Yi Tianzong would not be so kind as to completely impart his divine art to others. After leaving Xiantian City, Yi Tianzong led the 500 Black Sky sect disciples to a hidden place and then set up an invisibility formation. Within the invisibility formation, Yi Tianzong and the 500 Black Sky sect disciples put all the items that could be related to the Black Sky sect into their respective storage rings. Then they changed into the clothes of other sects, changed their appearances, and changed their aura. After checking that everything was fine, they removed the invisibility formation and began their exploration journey under Yi Tianzong's lead. Yi Tianzong led the 500 Black Sky sect disciples to wander around the second level of the world battlefield. Along the way, Yi Tianzong activated his golden eyes of illusion breaker from time to check if there were any precious resources or mineral veins within a 10-mile radius. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, gradually half a month passed. Yi Tianzong and the others did not find anything. However, they were not discouraged. It did not matter if they did not find anything. It would be best if they did not meet anyone else. Another 3 days passed. On this day, Yi Tianzong was leading the Black Sky sect disciples to hide their aura and search around. While flying, they suddenly heard the sound of fighting. Yi Tianzong and the others immediately stopped and retreated hundreds of miles. Yi Tianzong took out a sky-covering formation disc that could hide his aura and figure. He activated the sky-covering formation disc to hide himself and the Black Sky sect disciples. Then, after Yi Tianzong gave some instructions, he stepped out of the range of the sky-covering disc formation. He used the traceless of the void to eliminate his aura and figure. Then he merged into the void and quietly headed in the direction of the battle. When he arrived at the area near the battle, Yi Tianzong looked at the situation in the field. After a while, Yi Tianzong figured out what was going on. It turned out that the battle in the field was between the teams of 3 supreme forces. These 3 supreme forces were from the Phoenix Clan's Super Universal World, the Devil Clan's Super Universal World, and the Ancient Clan's Super Universal World. Each of the 3 supreme forces from the 3 Super Universal Worlds had about 500 people in each team. Most of them were equivalent to the peak or later stage of the 4th sky of Myth Realm. Only a few of them were at the 3rd sky of Myth Realm, less than 1/5 of them. They were much stronger than the 500 Black Sky sect disciples led by Yi Tianzong. The 3 supreme forces of the Phoenix Clan, the Devil Clan, and the Ancient Clan found a large primordial crystal vein one after another. Because they all wanted to monopolize the primordial crystal vein, they started fighting. After Yi Tianzong and the others noticed the fluctuations of the battle, the teams of the Phoenix Clan, the Devil Clan, and the Ancient Clan had been fighting for more than 4 hours. The 3 forces were on par with each other. Dozens of members had died, but there was still no winner. After hearing that the reason for the battle was a large primordial crystal vein, Yi Tianzong's heart could not help but jump twice. In the 10 super universal worlds, one of the more widespread currencies was the spirit vein. There were 4 types of spirit veins: small, medium, large, and super spirit veins. Above the super spirit veins, there were ancestral veins of heaven and earth and innate ancestral veins. However, there were no spirit veins in the world battlefield, but there were primordial crystal veins. Primordial crystal veins were composed of primordial crystals, and primordial crystals were condensed by the vast and pure primordial chi of heaven and earth under the rules of the world battlefield. Each primordial crystal contained extremely pure and vast energy that could be directly absorbed by a myth realm expert. A small primordial crystal vein was equivalent to the value of a super spirit vein, and the energy was purer than that of a super spirit vein. A large primordial crystal vein was at least equivalent to the value of an ancestral vein of heaven and earth. Even the weakest Supreme Being sect would only possess 1 ancestral vein of the heavens and earth. It was easy to imagine how much wealth a large yuan crystal mine was. No supreme being force could ignore such a huge amount of wealth. Although Yi Tianzong was very envious of this large primordial crystal vein, he did not act rashly. Instead, he continued to maintain his state of merging with the void and watch the phoenixes, devils, and ancients fight below. Yi Tianzong did not plan to tell the other disciples of the mystic sky sect about this large primordial crystal vein. It was not only for safety reasons, but also to prevent accidents from happening, because the disciples of the mystic sky sect could not withstand such a huge temptation. Yi Tianzong would never underestimate the desires of cultivators, especially greed. Even his powerful spiritual cultivation in the Sea of Heart realm could not help but beat a few times when he heard about the primordial crystal vein, let alone the other disciples of the mystic sky sect. The 500 disciples of the mystic sky sect had complicated hearts. Who knew who would have other thoughts in their hearts? Once this news spread out, not to mention the others, even Yi Tianzong would definitely be in big trouble. For hours later, the phoenixes, devils, and ancients could not do anything to each other, so they stopped fighting and confronted each other. Yi Tianzong knew that they must have sent the news to the strongholds of their respective forces. After finding no other gains, Yi Tianzong remembered this location and left quietly. After returning to the place where the all-encompassing formation disk was set up, Yi Tianzong said to the disciples of the mystic sky sect, "Let's leave this place quickly." When I got closer, I found that the teams of the phoenixes, devils, and ancients were fighting from afar. They all belonged to supreme forces. Although I don't know the reason, their lineup and strength far surpass ours. When I came back, they only stopped, but did not have the intention to leave. They must have found some important resources or treasures, and must have informed their respective bases in the world battlefield. Soon, more powerhouses will come here. In order to ensure our safety, we must leave this place. This is not something we can get involved in. Seeing that some disciples of the mystic sky sect wanted to say something, but stopped, Yi Tianzong continued, "I've made it clear to you. Since I brought you out, I will try my best to bring you back to Xiantian City safely. The premise is that you have to listen to my instructions. If any of you want to take the risk to get involved in this matter, then you can. I have the light mirror here. When I came in just now, my words and actions were recorded by the light mirror. If any of you want to take the risk, say that you don't agree with my decision. If you want to take the risk to get involved in this matter, you will bear all the consequences. Not only this matter, but in the future, as long as I make a decision with you, I will use the light mirror to record it. This way, right and wrong will be clear at a glance. It will be good for both of you. After returning to Xiantian City in the future, I can also explain to Elder Xianqin and the sect. Now, if any of you want to take the risk, say it now." After Yi Tianzong showed the light mirror to the disciples of the mystic sky sect, no one was eager to take the risk for the time being. Chapter 253. Under the lead of Yi Tianzong, the 500 disciples of the Black Sky sect left the place and continued to search for buried resources and treasures in the world battlefield. As for the large yuan crystal lode discovered by the Devil race, the Phoenix race, and the Ancient race, Yi Tianzong was not in a hurry. Although only the Devil race, the Phoenix race, and the Ancient race had discovered the large yuan crystal lode, who knew how many supreme forces would fight for it in the end. It would take 10 days to half a month for the results to be decided. Moreover, for beings at the third and fourth heavens of the mythical realm, it was not easy to mine a large yuan crystal lode. Even if they were to mine for a year, they would only be able to mine a little. Anyway, neither he nor the Black Sky sect had any opportunity or qualification to get a share of the loot in the process of fighting for the large yuan crystal lode. So, let the other forces fight to the death. When the time came, he would rely on his own strength to find an opportunity to plot against a few teams that escorted the yuan crystal lode. Even if he could get a little bit of it, it would be a profit. If he was anxious now, he would just be looking for trouble. It was not his own thing to take a little bit of advantage. He should not ask for too much and continue to search for treasures with peace of mind. In the next month, Yi Tianzong led the 500 disciples of the Black Sky sect and cautiously wandered the world battlefield, searching for any places that might be buried. During this period, Yi Tianzong and the others encountered 3 teams from other forces. The 3 teams were all Emperor-level forces. The most powerful one came from the divine race, Great Thousand World, and the other 2 came from the human race, Great Thousand World. Compared to the 3 Emperor-level forces, the disciples of the Black Sky sect, led by Yi Tianzong, undoubtedly looked much weaker. In terms of the number of 4th heavens of the mythical realm, the Black Sky sect's team had more than 50 fewer people than the other 3 Emperor-level forces. Therefore, a battle inevitably broke out. In order to minimize the casualties of the Black Sky sect's disciples to the greatest extent, Yi Tianzong could only use his full strength when fighting with the 3 Emperor-level forces. After every battle, he directly destroyed all the enemy's corpses and left the battlefield as soon as possible. At the same time, in order to prevent the battle from attracting teams from other forces, Yi Tianzong would set up an encirclement formation and at least 3 layers of concealment formations around the battlefield every time he fought. This was to prevent the enemy from escaping and to conceal the fluctuations caused by the battle. These layers of entrapment and concealment formations that were set up in an extremely short period of time were all formation discs that Yi Tianzong had prepared in advance during his 10 years in the Mystic Heaven sect. All he had to do was to inject his divine essence and activate them. With the trapping and concealing array, Yi Tianzong was invincible when he unleashed his full strength. No one from the other 3 Emperor-rank forces could stop Yi Tianzong's violent attacks. Even the leader of the most powerful Protoss team was a challenger-level existence in the 5th heaven of Yi Tianzong. In the face of Yi Tianzong's fierce offensive, he was killed by Yi Tianzong's sword in less than 70 moves. That's right, the leader of the Protoss team was a 5th heaven Protoss powerhouse who possessed an exemption talisman. After killing the Protoss powerhouse who possessed the exemption talisman, Yi Tianzong's biggest gain was the exemption talisman, in addition to the collection of the dead Protoss powerhouse. The 5th heaven Protoss powerhouse's divine soul was attacked by Yi Tianzong in succession. Before he could destroy the exemption talisman, he was killed by Yi Tianzong. Anyone could refine and use the exemption talisman. When they didn't want to use it, they could also remove the owner status and give it to someone else to refine. The person who refined the exemption talisman could destroy the exemption talisman. However, once the person who refined the exemption talisman died by accident, the exemption talisman would become ownerless and would belong to whoever snatched it. They encountered 3 powerful Emperor-level forces in succession. Despite Yi Tianzong's efforts to eliminate the enemies, more than 200 disciples of the Black Sky sect had fallen in the end. Many of them were also injured. Yi Tianzong and the others directly sealed the bodies of the fallen Black Sky sect disciples with the ice sealing technique and put them in the storage ring. They would wait until they returned to the Black Sky City. The treasure hunt would last for 2 years. It had only been 3 months since the beginning, and they had already encountered 3 powerful Emperor-level forces. They didn't know how many fierce battles they would have to go through in the remaining time. It was no wonder that the sect disciples in the Black Sky City were afraid when they heard about the treasure hunt mission. The casualty rate was too high and too dangerous. Fortunately, it was Yi Tianzong who led the team. If it had been someone else, the Black Sky sect's team would have been wiped out. Yi Tianzong continued to lead the remaining 270 disciples of the Black Sky sect with a serious expression. They carefully wandered around the world battlefield. They were constantly vigilant of everything within a 10-mile radius. This was already the maximum range of vigilance that they could achieve. In the world battlefield, the suppression of space was very great. Although it didn't affect the flight of mythical experts, their flying speed was less than 1/20th of the speed in their respective Great Thousand World. Similarly, the detection range of the soul was also greatly suppressed. If a second heaven mythical realm expert was in the Great Thousand World, his soul could detect a radius of 20,000 miles. However, in the world battlefield, he could only detect a radius of 2 miles at most. Yi Tianzong could detect the situation within a 10-mile radius because he had the illusion breaker golden eyes. With the soul power that he could mobilize now, he could only detect the space within a 5-mile radius at most. Therefore, Yi Tianzong and the others couldn't be careless. If they accidentally fell into the trap of others, it would be dangerous. Perhaps it was a change of luck. On this day, Yi Tianzong and the others came to a valley. After carefully checking the situation within a 10-mile radius with the illusion breaker golden eyes, they confirmed that it was safe. Then they began to search for hidden resource veins within a 10-mile radius. Needless to say, Yi Tianzong was pleasantly surprised. He actually saw a yuan crystal vein. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yi Tianzong's illusion breaker golden eyes suddenly shone with golden light. At the same time, the divine vitality in his body was rapidly consumed. This lasted for half an hour before Yi Tianzong withdrew his illusion breaker golden eyes, feeling somewhat tired. Through the observation just now, this was a small yuan crystal vein that stretched for nearly 10 miles underground and was 1 mile deep. It was relatively large among small yuan crystal veins. I'm rich. This was the only thought in Yi Tianzong's mind. Originally, he wanted to wait a few years before going to the large yuan crystal vein that the devil race, the phoenix race, and the ancient race discovered before to steal some. He didn't expect to encounter a yuan crystal vein today. With this discovery, they could complete the treasure hunting mission ahead of time. They didn't have to wait until the 2-year deadline. Yi Tianzong and the others found a hidden place in the valley. After setting up the disorienting illusion formation, Yi Tianzong reminded the remaining Black Sky sect disciples that he was going to take a look around. He asked them to wait for him to come back and not act rashly. Although the remaining 270 Black Sky sect disciples weren't completely convinced by Yi Tianzong. After all, a person's heart was too unpredictable. However, for the sake of their own lives, they couldn't wait to hide and not go out. After Yi Tianzong left the disorienting illusion formation, he used Traceless Void and instantly lost all signs of his presence and figure. Then he headed toward a small cave in the depths of the valley. Previously, when Yi Tianzong checked with his golden eyes of illusion breaker, he found a hidden small cave in the valley that was connected to an underground yuan crystal vein. After Yi Tianzong entered the small cave, he turned around several times and finally saw the yuan crystal vein that was buried more than a mile underground. The fist-sized yuan crystals in the shape of hexagons flickered with breathtaking light, deeply attracting Yi Tianzong's mind. Yi Tianzong set up a shielding formation and a warning formation behind him. Then he dug toward the yuan crystal vein without hesitation. No weapons or other tools with killing aura could be used to dig yuan crystals. One could only dig with their bare hands or wear xian crystal gloves made of xian feather fantasy crystal. Yuan crystals were very hard. It was easy to get injured when digging with bare hands. Moreover, because the yuan crystals contained extremely pure and vast energy, people digging with bare hands would involuntarily want to absorb the yuan crystals. In this way, it was easy to cause an energy riot and be blown up by the unimaginable majestic energy in the yuan crystal vein. After wearing the xian crystal gloves, not only could it prevent injuries, but the efficiency of digging would also be 6 or 7 times faster than with bare hands. It could also isolate the energy fluctuations of the yuan crystals and prevent the excavator from involuntarily absorbing the yuan crystals. Yi Tianzong originally did not have xian crystal gloves, but coincidentally there was a pair of xian crystal gloves in the collection of the 5th Heaven God clan expert he killed. Yi Tianzong put on the xian crystal gloves and dug the yuan crystals happily. After an hour, Yi Tianzong had dug out a total of more than 300 yuan crystals. There was no other way. The yuan crystals in the yuan crystal vein were very hard when gathered together. It was very tiring to collect the yuan crystals. Even with the Xian crystal gloves, Yi Tianzong's efficiency greatly increased. He could only mine so much in an hour. Yuan crystals could not only be used for cultivation, but also for many other purposes. For example, they could be used to set up a spirit gathering formation. Using yuan crystals to set up a spirit gathering formation would slowly form a spirit vein after a long time. Using yuan crystals could also increase the success rate of refining pills, and so on. In addition, in the 10 Great Thousand Worlds, origin crystals were a more popular currency than spirit veins. As a relatively weak existence among the Emperor-level forces, the mysterious Sky Sect only occupied 2 super spirit veins in total. The relatively large yuan crystal vein that Yi Tianzong found was definitely more valuable than the 2 super spirit veins. It would definitely make the higher-ups of the mysterious Sky Sect so excited that they could not restrain themselves. Yi Tianzong had been digging for 4 hours before stopping. He had harvested more than 1,500 yuan crystals in total. Then, Yi Tianzong calmed his excitement and resisted the urge to continue digging. After setting up a defensive formation and a shielding formation, he hid the exposed yuan crystal vein. Then, he turned around and left with the traceless void. Then he returned to the place where the mysterious Sky Sect disciples were hiding through a small hidden cave. After returning, Yi Tianzong calmed down and thought about whether he should tell the mysterious Sky Sect about this small yuan crystal vein. After thinking for a long time, Yi Tianzong finally decided to tell the higher-ups of the mysterious Sky Sect about the discovery of the small yuan crystal vein. The main reason was that although this was a small yuan crystal vein, it would take a long time for him to mine it all by himself. He could forget about it for less than 100 years. Not to mention that he did not have that much free time at all. It was not worth it to waste such a long time. There was also a great risk of being discovered midway. If he had the time, he might as well continue to search for treasures in the world battlefield. Who knew, he might be able to discover even better resource veins and treasures. Furthermore, after reporting the discovery of the yuan crystal vein to the sect, Yi Tianzong would be able to obtain at least 1/10,000th of the yuan crystal vein. This was also the reward that all the forces in the 10 boundless worlds would give to the teams that discovered the resources. Searching for treasures and resources in the world battlefield was putting one's life on the line. If there were no rewards after discovering it, who would put in the effort to search for it? Such a small yuan crystal vein contained at least hundreds of millions of yuan crystals. If it was 1/10,000th, Yi Tianzong would be able to get at least hundreds of thousands of yuan crystals. It was also a huge amount of wealth. It was hard to say if a divine king could even possess hundreds of thousands of yuan crystals. If he could find time to rob that large yuan crystal vein from before, Yi Tianzong could not help but feel a burning excitement in his heart at the thought of it. After considering all aspects, Yi Tianzong finally decided to tell the mysterious Sky Sect about the discovery of the small yuan crystal vein. However, before he told them, he would let himself dig for a few more days. As for the other disciples of the mysterious Sky Sect, he would not tell them about this to avoid unnecessary trouble. In any case, the remaining disciples of the mysterious Sky Sect had long wanted to hide in a secluded place until the 2 years were up. Chapter 254. Yi Tianzong and the others stayed for a total of 5 days. During these 5 days, Yi Tianzong left early and returned late. He told the Xiantian sect disciples that he was going out to check the situation and find out if there were any resource veins or treasures. In fact, he was digging for crystals. In 5 days, Yi Tianzong had dug out more than 50,000 crystals. After feeling that it was about time, Yi Tianzong stopped digging and completely sealed the hidden small cave in the valley. After that, he didn't say anything and returned to the Xiantian city with the remaining Xiantian sect disciples. It was not safe to send someone to deliver this news. It was better to tell Elder Xianqin directly. The place where the small crystal vein was found was more than 100,000 miles away from the Xiantian city. On the way back, Yi Tianzong and the others were still cautious and vigilant of their surroundings. It took them half a month to return to the Xiantian city. After returning to the Xiantian city, Elder Xianqin was still wondering why Yi Tianzong and the others had returned in just a few months. Yi Tianzong directly told Elder Xianqin that he had something important to tell him alone. Elder Xianqin saw Yi Tianzong's serious expression and realized that things were not simple. After coming to his room, Elder Xianqin activated the shielding formation and said to Yi Tianzong, "Okay, what do you want to say?" After Yi Tianzong confirmed it, he said, "Elder Xian, the reason why we returned early this time was not only because we encountered a strong enemy and suffered a great loss, but also because I found a relatively large, unowned, small crystal vein. The location is very hidden, and no other forces have discovered it for the time being. In order to avoid leaking the news, I didn't even tell the Xiantian sect disciples that were with me, so I returned directly." After Elder Xianqin heard Yi Tianzong's words, his heart suddenly pounded. He couldn't help but say excitedly, "What did you say? You found an ownerless small crystal mine, is what you said true?" Yi Tianzong directly took out a yuanjing from his storage ring and said to Elder Xianqin, "Yes, I'm sure it's a small yuanjing mineral vein. This yuanjing mineral vein is hidden under a valley. The disciples of the Xiantian sect and I went through a great battle and lost many disciples, so we found a valley to hide and recuperate. During the few days of recuperation, I went out to check the surrounding situation. After carefully exploring the valley, I found a hidden crystal lode through a small cave. According to the intensity of the energy, I calculated that this was at least a small crystal lode. After I dug up some, in order to prevent the news from being leaked, I brought the sect disciples back." Good. You did the right thing. For safety's sake, you really shouldn't tell anyone. If it's really as you say, then you've made a great contribution this time. It's just a few crystals, so what if you've dug them up? Compared to the entire crystal mine, they're insignificant. Tell me, where is this yuanjing mineral vein?" When Elder Xianqin saw the yuanjing in Yi Tianzong's hand and heard the news confirmed by Yi Tianzong, he was very excited. He looked at Yi Tianzong happily and directly ignored the fact that Yi Tianzong had dug up the yuanjing. When Yi Tianzong told him the location of the yuanjing mineral vein and said that he had set up a formation to hide the energy fluctuations of the yuanjing mineral vein and perfectly sealed the entrance of the cave, Elder Xianqin patted Yi Tianzong's shoulder and praised Yi Tianzong for being meticulous and thoughtful. Then he asked Yi Tianzong to wait for the notice, while he used a secret method to send a message to the people of the Black Sky sect stationed in the War God Temple. The news that Elder Xianqin sent back to the Black Sky sect shocked the upper echelons of the Black Sky sect. After some discussion, they asked for instructions from the 3 great emperors and finally decided to send the law enforcement elder, who was in the Divine King realm, to lead 1,000 Black Sky sect disciples in the 3rd and 4th heaven of the myth realm to the world battlefield to preside over the mining of the yuanjing mineral vein. However, the Black Sky sect only had 2 exemption talismans. One was in the hands of Xianqin, and the other was in the hands of Zhao Lin, who was guarding the 1st layer of the world battlefield. If the law enforcement elder, who was in the Divine King realm, wanted to enter the 2nd layer of the world battlefield, then he would have to let Xianqin leave the world battlefield. A month later, the law enforcement elder of the Black Sky sect brought 1,000 myth realm 3rd and 4th heaven disciples to the War God Temple of the world battlefield in a low-key manner. They didn't enter the 2nd layer of the world battlefield immediately because Xianqin hadn't been stationed in the world battlefield for 100 years. Even though he had the exemption talisman, he couldn't walk out of the world battlefield. The only way to enter the 2nd layer of the world battlefield as soon as possible was for Xianqin to enter the 3rd layer of the world battlefield and then hand the exemption talisman to the Black Sky sect disciples who were about to complete 100 years so that they could bring the exemption talisman to the law enforcement elder. Before Xianqin left, he found Yi Tianzong and explained the sect's arrangements to him. He told Yi Tianzong that after he left and before the law enforcement elder arrived, Yi Tianzong still needed to preside over the matters of the Black Sky sect. In that case, the sect lacks the exemption talisman and the law enforcement elder can't enter our layer of the world battlefield, Yi Tianzong said as he looked at Elder Xianqin. You're right. That's why I have to leave and enter a higher layer of the world battlefield and hand the exemption talisman to the law enforcement elder. Don't worry, the law enforcement elder is upright and plain-spoken. He abhors evil. You've made a lot of contributions to the sect and discovered the Yuan crystal mine. The law enforcement elder will definitely look at you differently and won't make things difficult for you. Elder Xianqin seemed to have seen through Yi Tianzong's worries and comforted Yi Tianzong. No, what I mean is that the sect doesn't have the exemption talisman, but I do. You don't have to go through so much trouble. Can't you just find a disciple in Xiantian City who has been here for 100 years and bring it to the law enforcement elder? As he spoke, Yi Tianzong directly took out the exemption talisman that he had obtained when he killed the God Clan powerhouse from his storage ring. Elder Xianqin was speechless. Yi Tianzong said, Don't you know that I have the exemption talisman? This is the trophy I got when I killed a God Clan powerhouse at the fifth heaven of the myth realm. Didn't I tell you? Yi Tianzong thought for a moment and said, Oh, I remember. After I told you about the Yuan crystal mine that day, I planned to tell you, but you couldn't wait to leave, so I didn't tell you. Elder Xianqin was speechless. F***CK. If you have the exemption talisman, you should have told me earlier. Then I wouldn't have comforted you. I wouldn't have planned to risk my life to enter the third layer of the world battlefield and cross a long distance to find my fellow disciples of the Xiantian sect. At this moment, Elder Xianqin had an impulse to beat Yi Tianzong up, but he gave up the idea after thinking about it. Elder Xianqin calmed down and took the exemption talisman that Yi Tianzong handed over. He said, Don't worry, I will tell the law-enforcing elder about this exemption talisman. The sect will not be greedy for your credit and reward. After that, Elder Xianqin hurried out and arranged for a disciple of the Xiantian sect who had been in the world battlefield for 100 years to hand over the exemption talisman to the law-enforcing elder. Yi Tianzong didn't have any thoughts about handing over the exemption talisman. It was purely because the exemption talisman was useless in his hands for the time being. Besides, this thing could be seized from the hands of the powerhouses of other worlds in the future. There was nothing to be regretful about. 3 days later, the law-enforcing elder brought 1,000 Xiantian sect disciples at the third and fourth heaven of the myth realm to Xiantian City. As soon as they arrived at Xiantian City, the law-enforcing elder met Yi Tianzong. After learning about the details of the matter from Yi Tianzong, he also saw the content that Yi Tianzong recorded with the light mirror. After reading it, the law-enforcing elder's stern and resolute face softened a little. He said, I already understand what happened. You did very well. You are meticulous. Also, this light mirror is a very practical thing. This time, you have made a great contribution and offered the exemption talisman. When the time comes, the sect will not be stingy with the reward. However, after all, I owe you a favor. I can promise you a request that is not too excessive. You can tell me what you think. As soon as the law-enforcing elder finished speaking, Xianqin and the other core disciples at the fourth heaven of the myth realm revealed envious expressions. Yi Tianzong thought for a while and said, I don't have any other requests. If possible, I think the law-enforcing elder can agree. When the sect rewards at the end, don't forget about the sect disciples who were with me and those who died in battle. Although I did not tell the other disciples about the discovery of the primal crystal mine to ensure safety and prevent the news from leaking out, I did not tell them about it. However, no matter what, these disciples and those who died in battle risked their lives with me in the dangerous world battlefield to search for resources and treasures for the sect. They played a part in the discovery of the primal crystal mine. If it were me, I might not have been able to discover it. I hope the sect will not forget to reward them as well. I am willing to share a portion of the reward that belongs to me with them." After hearing Yi Tianzong's words, the law-enforcing elder's gaze when he looked at Yi Tianzong became even gentler and gratified. As a God King expert, he could easily tell whether Yi Tianzong was sincere or not. Obviously, Yi Tianzong's words were very sincere and did not have the slightest intention of being pretentious. This made the law-enforcing elder sigh in his heart that Yi Tianzong was indeed worthy of being the future pillar chosen by the sect's higher-ups. He was very satisfied with Yi Tianzong. At the same time, Elder Xianqin and the other core disciples at the fourth heaven of the myth realm could not help but become serious because of Yi Tianzong's words. There were subtle changes in their gazes when they looked at Yi Tianzong. 2 days later, the law-enforcing elder and 1,000 Mystic Sky sect disciples changed their appearances and auras under the lead of Yi Tianzong. They followed Yi Tianzong to the valley where the small primal crystal mine was located. After passing through layers of formations set up by Yi Tianzong, the law-enforcing elder and the Mystic Sky sect disciples finally saw the true appearance of the primal crystal mine. Excited and happy expressions appeared on everyone's faces. With the law-enforcing elder watching, the Mystic Sky sect's mining of primal crystals had officially entered the track. Yi Tianzong did not participate in the mining of the primal crystal mine. Instead, he used many of the materials he brought to set up a disorienting, illusory formation that covered a radius of 1 kilometer in the valley. Then he set up a small teleportation formation in the cave that was relatively far away from the primal crystal mine. Although it was easy to set up a teleportation formation in the 10 Great Worlds, it was extremely difficult to set up a teleportation formation in the world battlefield. Due to the unique rules of the world battlefield, the difficulty of setting up a teleportation formation was completely different from setting up a teleportation formation in the world battlefield. Not only did the materials used increase by more than 10 times, but even the distance of the teleportation formation was greatly reduced. The small teleportation formation that Yi Tianzong set up could only teleport 5 people at a time. The maximum distance it could teleport was 50,000 kilometers. With this small teleportation formation, it could greatly reduce the probability of danger due to a long journey. After Yi Tianzong set up all the formations, he found the law-enforcing elder again and told him that he wanted to go out and explore alone. After serious consideration, the law-enforcing elder said, "With your strength, if you let other disciples follow you, they'll be a burden. I agree with you going out on your own, but you have to remember that if anything happens, don't rashly get involved. Always pay attention to your own safety." Yi Tianzong said seriously, "I understand, Elder. I definitely won't put myself in a dangerous situation." After thanking the law-enforcing elder for his advice, Yi Tianzong left alone after resting for 2 days. Under the traceless void, Yi Tianzong, who was flying in the air, felt as carefree as a bird flying in the sky. Chapter 255. Yi Tianzong, who was wandering alone in the world battlefield, didn't let his guard down just because he was powerful. He maintained the state of void fusion at all times and quietly searched for other resources and treasures in the world battlefield. Yi Tianzong scouted the situation around him as he headed towards the place where the demon race, the phoenix race, and the ancient race were confronting each other. It had been more than 4 months since he encountered the demon race, the phoenix race, and the ancient race. He didn't know how the situation was now. Yi Tianzong slowly flew for half a month and once again arrived at the place he had marked before. After arriving at the surroundings, Yi Tianzong saw the camps built by the demon race, the phoenix race, and the ancient race from afar. However, this time, Yi Tianzong discovered that the number of people of the 3 races had increased by several times. Altogether, there were more than 10,000 people. Yi Tianzong didn't act rashly. Instead, he first left this place and used the body displacement ability to completely change his aura and appearance. He directly turned into a demon. After everything was ready, Yi Tianzong used the traceless void again and quietly lurked near the camps built by the demon race, the phoenix race, and the ancient race. The demon race, the phoenix race, and the ancient race would definitely send more than one divine king powerhouse to supervise and preside over the mining of the primal crystal vein. Although Yi Tianzong's traceless void was amazing, it still couldn't hide in the face of a divine king powerhouse. Yi Tianzong's plan was to find the right time to capture a member of the demon race and then directly soul search to obtain more details of the large primal crystal vein. Previously, Yi Tianzong thought of ambushing, robbing, and escorting the primal crystals on the way. The demon race, the ancient race, and the phoenix race must have built teleportation formations in their respective camps. The chances of Yi Tianzong robbing them were very slim. The members of the demon race, the ancient race, and the phoenix race almost never walked out of their camps. Yi Tianzong waited for a whole month before he saw a member of the phoenix race, who was equivalent to the fourth firmament of myth, realm, leave the camp and then wander around aimlessly. Although it wasn't a member of the demon race, it was better than nothing. Yi Tianzong quietly followed this member of the phoenix race. After he was 100 miles away from the phoenix race's camp, he first laid a disorientating illusion formation to hide the fluctuations that might be caused by the battle. Then Yi Tianzong directly attacked that member of the phoenix race, a domineering and ferocious, dominating, world-suppressing fist. With Ye's strength, he instantly struck the member of the phoenix race who was in a dazed state. Yi Tianzong erased the traces of his attack, carried the unconscious member of the phoenix race, and quickly flew 5,000 miles away. Then he removed all the possible hiding places on the unconscious member of the phoenix race. Then he sealed the phoenix race's entire strength. After confirming that there wouldn't be any accidents, he didn't wake up the unconscious member of the phoenix race and directly began to violently search his soul. After Yi Tianzong violently searched his soul, the member of the phoenix race screamed hysterically due to indescribable pain. After screaming for more than a quarter of an hour, Yi Tianzong stopped searching his soul. Then he slapped the member of the phoenix race who couldn't resist and completely destroyed his corpse. After removing all traces, Yi Tianzong once again left this place and planned to find a place to hide. Yi Tianzong learned about the large-scale crystal mine from the soul search just now. He didn't expect the demon race, the ancient race, and the ancient race to be so cautious. The large-scale crystal mine was more than 2,000 miles away from the camp they built. At the same time, the ones mining the Yuan crystal vein this time weren't the three supreme being forces that had discovered the Yuan crystal vein. Instead, three more supreme being forces had joined in. The demon race, the ancient race, and the phoenix race each had two supreme forces. There were a total of 6 forces with more than 20,000 people. Each force sent 2 God King Realm experts to oversee the team. The unlucky member of the phoenix race who was caught and killed by him wasn't a very important existence in the phoenix race. This time he was bullied by other members of the phoenix race when he was mining the crystal mine. After returning to the camp, he was unhappy and wanted to go out for a walk. As a result, he was targeted by Yi Tianzong. When a member of the phoenix race went missing, the phoenix race would definitely conduct a large-scale search to prevent the news of the large-scale crystal mine from leaking out. For safety's sake, Yi Tianzong directly left 30,000 miles away. Then he changed direction and took a big detour. He avoided the phoenix race, the demon race, and the ancient race's alert range and headed towards the large-scale crystal mine. Just as Yi Tianzong was stealthily heading towards the location of the large-scale crystal mine, the phoenix race's camp increased their alert level due to the disappearance of a member. At the same time, they began to search everywhere for any suspicious clues. However, Yi Tianzong had already erased all traces after he took action. In the world battlefield, apart from the supreme heavenly venerables, no one could look back on what happened in the past. The phoenix race's search didn't yield any results. However, this also raised the vigilance of the phoenix race, the demon race and the ancient race. They once again mobilized more people from their respective camps to strengthen their forces. On the other side, Yi Tianzong directly took a big detour. After flying for more than half a month, he quietly arrived near the location of the crystal mine. Yi Tianzong spent a month carefully exploring the surroundings of the primordial crystal mine with his golden eyes of illusion breaker. After that, he avoided all the arrangements of the devil race, the ancient race, and the phoenix race, and found a very hidden place. Then he began to dig a hole to the primordial crystal mine. Yi Tianzong used the rock shifting divine ability of Whip Mountain to go 10 miles underground bit by bit. Then he moved towards the location of the crystal mine. There was a unique set of heaven and earth law in the world battlefield. It was very different from the heaven and earth law in the 10 boundless worlds. Therefore, after coming to the world battlefield, the strength of the creatures of the various worlds would be greatly weakened. In fact, it wasn't that their strength had weakened. It was just that the world battlefield's rules suppressed the power of all attack methods. It became more difficult for every myth realm expert to mobilize the power of laws. The hardness of any material in the world battlefield was many times greater than the hardness of the same material in the 10 boundless worlds. For example, it was very difficult to dig a hole in the ground of the world battlefield. This was because the hardness and density of the ground were very high. Even a God King expert wouldn't be able to destroy the ground easily. If they were in their own great 1,000 worlds, it would be a piece of cake for a divine king to destroy an area of 100,000 miles. However, in the world battlefield, not to mention the godly king zone, even in the second layer of the third and fourth heavens of the myth realm, a godly king would find it difficult to destroy an area with a radius of 100 miles. Even opening up a passageway 10 miles underground would take a lot of effort. However, Yi Tianzong was different. For some reason, although Yi Tianzong's strength didn't change much when he was fighting against the enemy in the myth realm, he had long discovered that it was easier for him to use his divine ability than anyone else. The suppression of the world battlefield's rules on him was much lighter. After thinking about it, Yi Tianzong could only attribute it to his identity as a junior disciple determined by the immortal mansion. After all, the purpose of the world battlefield, trial battlefield, was to hone oneself, increase one's foundation, and allow one to have the opportunity to fight against other peerless geniuses and race experts to hone oneself, find out one's shortcomings, and explore more potential. Therefore, one's strength would neither increase nor decrease. However, it would be much more relaxed when it came to using divine abilities to gather resources and other things that had nothing to do with fighting. Therefore, Yi Tianzong was able to open a passage 10 miles underground in just 3 days. However, Yi Tianzong's method of opening the underground passage was very particular. First, he directly opened a passage 2 miles underground. Then he expanded the 2-meter diameter passage into a spherical space with a diameter of 10 meters. After that, he turned around and used the rock shifting divine ability to fill up the 2-kilometer deep tunnel that he had just opened, returning it to its original state. It was as if the 2-kilometer deep tunnel from before had never appeared. Finally, he used the 5 elements escape technique to sneak into the spherical space that he had just opened at a depth of 2 miles underground. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Tianzong could only use the 5 elements escape technique to sneak 2 miles underground, Yi Tianzong would have wanted to continue digging deeper. After sneaking into the spherical space again, he continued to use divine abilities to open the passage until he was 10 miles underground. Then he changed direction and continued to open the passage toward the Yuan crystal vein. Yi Tianzong could be said to be extremely cautious. He erased all traces on the surface to avoid any possibility of being discovered by the devil race, the ancient race, and the phoenix race. He directly began to dig from the depths of the ground. Because the devil race, the ancient race, and the phoenix race couldn't go as deep as Yi Tianzong, they could only slowly dig from the surface. A large Yuan crystal vein stretched for at least 500 miles, and the part that went underground was 15 to 20 miles deep. Yi Tianzong dug from the depths of the ground and was hundreds of miles away. The Devil Race, the Phoenix Race, and the Ancient Race couldn't discover Yi Tianzong at all. In this way, Yi Tianzong could unscrupulously dig for yuan crystals under the noses of the Devil Race, the Phoenix Race, and the Ancient Race. In this way, Yi Tianzong spent half a month and finally opened the passage to the yuan crystal vein. After feeling the extremely rich energy aura, Yi Tianzong looked at the sparkling and translucent yuan crystals without any hesitation and directly dug happily. At a place 1 mile away from the yuan crystal vein, Yi Tianzong directly opened up a 3 feet tall cubic space. When he was tired from digging, he would rest for a while in the open space. When he had enough rest, he would continue digging. With a pair of gloves made of profound feather fantasy crystal and no risk of being discovered by others, Yi Tianzong's digging speed was very fast. He could dig out about 10,000 yuan crystals every day. Yi Tianzong kept digging like this for 3 months and dug out a total of 3 million yuan crystals. This was a huge fortune. With his strong mental state cultivation, Yi Tianzong resisted the urge to continue digging. After resting for 2 days, he returned to the surface through the underground passage and the 5 elements escape technique. After erasing all traces, Yi Tianzong used traceless void to travel 1,000 miles away. After completely leaving the Devil Race, the Phoenix Race, and the Ancient Race's alert area, Yi Tianzong let out a long sigh of relief. Thinking back to how he dug out the yuan crystals like a madman, Yi Tianzong couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. One had to admit that treasures were very tempting. Things like yuan crystals had a wide range of uses and could be used for cultivation. When faced with a yuan crystal vein that could be mined freely, even a god king or great emperor level expert would find it hard to resist the temptation. When Yi Tianzong started digging, it was still considered normal. However, later on, he unknowingly sank into the temptation of the yuan crystals. All the thoughts in his mind were to keep digging and digging like a madman. He dug for yuan crystals day and night like a madman. No matter if it was his god body, god essence, or god soul, they were all constantly being consumed. If it wasn't for his instinctive sense of danger that woke him up, Yi Tianzong might have died from exhaustion from digging for the yuan crystals. It seems like my mental state and willpower aren't cultivated enough. In the future, I will only take out 4 months to dig for the yuan crystals. The rest of the time will be spent in the world battlefield, looking for opponents, training myself, fighting with different experts, absorbing resources and experience, and unearthing more potential. In the end, I didn't come to the world battlefield to look for treasures. After making up his mind, Yi Tianzong's figure flashed, and his aura changed to that of an ordinary fourth firmament myth. Then he stopped hiding and kept his vigilance as he swaggered through the world battlefield. Chapter 256. Time passed day by day. On the vast world battlefield, countless forces and living beings from the 10 colossal worlds were involved in countless battles and deaths due to various reasons. It had been 30 years since Yi Tianzong had decided to explore the world battlefield alone. During these 30 years, Yi Tianzong had encountered many living beings and experts. He had encountered countless ambushes, traps, encirclements, plots, and other crafty plots. He had also encountered countless battles. Because Yi Tianzong was alone, he had regained his identity as a human. He had only changed his appearance. He was wandering alone in the world battlefield. He was only a human at the 4th sky of Myth Realm. So what if he was very powerful? Any force that discovered Yi Tianzong would not mind eliminating Yi Tianzong. During these 30 years, Yi Tianzong had encountered all the dominant races of the 10 colossal worlds. Yi Tianzong had fought with God King level forces, Emperor level forces, and Supreme level forces. He had also competed with the supreme geniuses of the various races and forces. Yi Tianzong had encountered hundreds of life or death crises. Every time, he had been heavily surrounded by supreme level forces. They had surrounded Yi Tianzong and tried to kill him. Although Yi Tianzong could detect everything within a radius of 10 miles, he was only one person. Yi Tianzong could trigger the traps set up by hundreds or thousands of people in advance. However, it was impossible for him to avoid them every time. The supreme geniuses of the supreme level forces did not have any intention of fighting one-on-one. They knew that Yi Tianzong was a huge threat, so they decided to bully him with numbers. The supreme geniuses of each force were responsible for attacking Yi Tianzong. The rest of them would assist him from the side and block Yi Tianzong's escape route. They would not let Yi Tianzong have a chance to escape. Every time, Yi Tianzong had to use all his means and go through a difficult battle to escape from danger. The most dangerous time was when Yi Tianzong was surrounded by a supreme force from the greater thousand world of the Protoss. At that time, there were a total of 1,000 members of the Protoss who surrounded Yi Tianzong. They were led by 2 Fifth Heaven Prides who possessed the immunity talisman and 10 Fourth Heaven Prides. These 12 powerful Heaven Prides of the Protoss Supreme Force had reached the 1,000 elephant formation that Yi Tianzong had set up in the Black Heaven sect. They were super experts at the second heaven of the supremacy level. That was not all. These 1,000 gods race members were led by a God King expert who possessed an exemption talisman. Although Yi Tianzong knew that the divine race weren't targeting him, he was still unlucky enough to meet them. Previously, Yi Tianzong had fought with the divine race many times. Because of the commotion he had caused, all the races within a radius of 1 billion miles knew Yi Tianzong's appearance very well. Faced with the siege of these divine race members, especially the God King who was eyeing him covetously, even Yi Tianzong thought that he was doomed. However, he did not expect that the battle between Yi Tianzong and the divine race would attract the attention of other forces. One after another, 2 supreme forces of the human race, 1 supreme force of the ancient race, and 1 supreme force of the dragon race came to the surrounding area because of the fluctuations caused by the battle. Fortunately, the arrival of these 4 supreme forces made the God King expert of the divine race unable to lower his pride and take advantage of the situation to attack Yi Tianzong in public. A God King who possessed an exemption talisman couldn't take the initiative to attack living beings below the God King realm in other areas. However, Yi Tianzong was surrounded and everyone else was his enemy. Naturally, he didn't have any scruples when fighting. If the God King of the divine race infiltrated the divine race's team and Yi Tianzong attacked the God King without any scruples, it would be equivalent to provoking the God King. The God King of the divine race would then be able to attack Yi Tianzong without being punished by the rules of the world battlefield. Gathering so many people and powerful heaven's prides to besiege Yi Tianzong was already shameless enough. The contempt and ridicule of the divine race from the 4 supreme forces made the God King of the divine race furious. If the God King of the divine race dared to take advantage of the loopholes in the rules to attack Yi Tianzong under the watchful eyes of these supreme forces, then the divine race's heaven's prides would be in danger in the future. If the divine race dared to do this in public, then who knows how many other races' heaven's prides you had plotted against behind their backs. Since you did this, then the divine race's heaven's prides would have to wait and see in the future. In particular, there were 2 supreme forces of the human race watching the battle. If the divine race dared to interfere, they would swarm over. In the end, the God King of the divine race could only stand aside and watch the battle. Yi Tianzong had used up all his means and detonated many weapons and forbidden weapons that he had seized. Finally, he managed to break out of the encirclement while being seriously injured. Then he was rescued by 2 human supreme forces who were watching the battle. The 2 supreme forces of the human race that rescued Yi Tianzong were the ethereal divine sect and the ancient green mysterious sect. The founders of the ethereal divine sect and the ancient green mysterious sect, ethereal heavenly venerables and heavenly venerables Qingxian, were both peak heavenly venerables. They were only 1 step away from becoming supreme heavenly venerables. The 2 of them had known each other for many years and had a good relationship. Therefore, the people of the ethereal divine sect and the ancient green mysterious sect also had a very harmonious relationship with each other. Whether it was in the human race's great thousand world or the world battlefield, they advanced and retreated together. This time it was a coincidence that they met Yi Tianzong and the divine race. They were all disciples sent from the great thousand world to the world battlefield to gain experience. They were led by a God King expert. On the way to the encampment, they happened to encounter Yi Tianzong being surrounded by the divine race. As fellow humans, although they did not have a good impression of Yi Tianzong, they really could not bear to see the divine race bully him. Therefore, the God King deterred the divine race from the side and finally rescued Yi Tianzong, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Yi Tianzong regained consciousness on the 5th day after he was rescued. Then he spent 10 days and finally recovered a small part of his injuries. It did not affect his movement, and he directly asked the people of the ethereal divine sect to leave. Both the God Kings of the ethereal divine sect and the ancient azure mysterious sect wanted to recruit Yi Tianzong into their sections. However, Yi Tianzong made it clear that he had a master and belonged to a sect. He tactfully rejected the good intentions of the two God Kings. Fortunately, the God Kings of the ethereal divine sect and the ancient azure mysterious sect were more upright. Although they were unhappy with Yi Tianzong's rejection, they did not think of killing Yi Tianzong directly. As for Yi Tianzong, who rejected the good intentions of the two God Kings of the ethereal divine sect and the ancient azure mysterious sect, he could no longer stay in the ethereal divine sect's encampment. After he left, he directly left the ethereal divine city. After a few hundred miles away from the ethereal divine city, Yi Tianzong directly used the traceless void and carefully made his way to the location of the large-scale yuan crystal mine. Using a large amount of yuan crystals, Yi Tianzong finally spent 2 months to recover from his injuries. After digging for yuan crystals for 2 months, Yi Tianzong continued to roam the world battlefield alone. However, after experiencing the desperate situation of being besieged by the God race, Yi Tianzong did not dare to continue to swagger around. Instead, he used the traceless void to roam around without any aura or presence. If he encountered teams that did not pose too much of a threat to him, Yi Tianzong would remove his concealment state and swagger around in front of them. If those teams did not attack him, Yi Tianzong would not take the initiative to find trouble with them. However, if he encountered a team with ill intentions, then a huge battle would be unavoidable. When he did not encounter any teams, he would search for treasures everywhere. In the past 30 years, Yi Tianzong had experienced countless battles. His biggest gain was that he had found 2 precious mineral veins, 1 large yuan crystal mineral vein and 3 medium-sized yuan crystal mineral veins. The 2 resource veins, the large-scale primal crystal vein and one of the medium-sized primal crystal veins, were more than 1 million miles away from the Mystic Heaven city of the Mystic Heaven sect. The furthest primal crystal vein was more than 30 million miles away from the Mystic Heaven city. Although discovering these resource veins and yuan crystal mines was something to be happy about, Yi Tianzong could not count on the Black Heaven sect. It was even more impossible for him to do it alone. All Yi Tianzong could do was find a few locations and think of a way in the future. Fortunately, after going through countless battles, he had obtained 2 immunity talismans from the enemies he killed. Even if he advanced to a higher realm in the future, he could return at any time. After wandering around for 30 years, he had experienced many battles and life and death crises. At the same time, because of the countless battles and life and death crises, Yi Tianzong had been greatly tempered. He had accumulated a lot of experience and knowledge, and he had unearthed more of his potential. His strength had once again increased by 2 levels above his peak. At the same time, Yi Tianzong could clearly feel that his Sea of Heart realm had once again improved by a lot. He had probably reached the late stage of the Sea of Heart realm. He had obtained many natural treasures from the enemies he killed, and he had also accumulated more than 8 million yuan crystals. Yi Tianzong felt that he had been tempered enough. It was time to return to the Black Heaven City to take a look. Yi Tianzong cautiously avoided any teams along the way. When he was close to the Black Heaven City, Yi Tianzong returned to his original appearance and changed into the Black Heaven sect's disciples' clothes. Then he walked into the Black Heaven City with some emotions. Although there were many people in the Black Heaven City, under normal circumstances, other than the Black Heaven sect's disciples who were in charge of guarding, the others were seizing the time to cultivate in their respective rooms, trying their best to improve their strength and methods. After being confirmed by the Black Heaven sect's disciples on guard, Yi Tianzong went directly to Elder Xian Chen's room. Elder Xian Chen had stayed in the world battlefield for 100 years because of the small yuan crystal mine, but he still did not leave. After 30 years, Elder Xian Chen was in disbelief and a little excited to see Tianzong again. Then he stared at Yi Tianzong and patted his shoulder. He said angrily, "You brat, you still know to come back. I haven't seen you for 30 years and there's no news. I thought you had been destroyed by other forces long ago. I've been regretting agreeing to let you go out alone all these years. I didn't expect you to still be alive." Yi Tianzong smiled awkwardly. After all, there was no news for 30 years. It was indeed a little inappropriate. Thus, he could only lie and say, "I've made you worry. It's indeed my fault, but I had no choice. I've been hunted down all these years and didn't dare to come back. I was afraid of bringing trouble to the sect. It was only recently that I got rid of the hunt and rushed back to the Black Heaven City. Oh, then I'd like to hear how you spent all these years. You were hunted down and afraid of bringing trouble to the sect? Brat, aren't you looking down on our Black Heaven sect too much?" Elder Xian Chen still said angrily. Yi Tianzong looked at Elder Xian Chen's reaction and thought that there was nothing to hide. As long as he didn't tell the other Black Heaven sect disciples, it would be fine. Thus, he roughly told Elder Xian Chen about his experiences over the years, including the excavation of a yuan crystal mine and the matters related to his secrets. He basically told Elder Xian Chen about everything else. Hearing Yi Tianzong's story, Elder Xian Chen didn't care at first, then he was shocked and in disbelief. In the end, he was numb and expressionless. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he took out some of his battle scenes recorded in the light mirror. Elder Xian Chen fell silent. "So you're the rogue? You mean that in addition to fighting over the years, you also found 2 resource veins, a large yuan crystal mine, and 3 medium-sized yuan crystal mine?" After Elder Xian Chen digested Yi Tianzong's words, he looked at Yi Tianzong in a daze and asked, "If the rogue you're talking about is a lone person wearing blue clothes and holding a golden long sword, then it should be me. It's just that for safety I used magic to deliberately change my face." Yi Tianzong thought for a while and said. Then Yi Tianzong continued, "Now, Elder, do you still think that the sect can protect me if I return to the Black Heaven City before getting rid of the hunt?" Elder Xian Chen, "Alas! I originally thought that I had overestimated you enough, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated your amazing level. I really can't imagine that you have grown to such an extent. With your talent and strength, it is really a waste for you to stay in our Black Heaven sect. Even among those supreme forces, you are definitely second only to the strongest geniuses. Forget it, I don't care. I will inform the law enforcement elder and tell him the news of your return. Also, don't tell anyone else about your matter. I will inform the law enforcement elder. These years you have been carrying out the secret mission assigned by the law enforcement elder. For your safety, don't go out anymore. Wait for the law enforcement elder to come back and deal with everything. Also, during the time when I am out, you will manage the Black Heaven City on my behalf." Elder Xian Chen said with a little blow. Then he let Yi Tianzong leave. After Yi Tianzong left, Elder Xian Chen called the disciple in charge of guarding the Black Heaven City. After instructing him, He left the Black Heaven City through the teleportation formation in the Black Heaven City and headed towards the small Yuan crystal mine. Chapter 257. What? You mean Yi Tianzong came back alive? He's been hunted down all these years. The rumored rogue is him? Are you sure you're not lying to me? The law enforcement patriarch looked at Elder Xianchen in disbelief. Yes, although it's incredible, I saw some of the battle scenes recorded by him with the light and shadow mirror. It's indeed him. I've told him not to mention his experience to others. During the time he disappeared, you gave him a secret mission to carry out. He came back after the mission was completed, Elder Xianchen said with certainty. Well, you did the right thing. Just tell the public. Haha, I really didn't expect that we all underestimated him. Rogue. Hey, as long as there are no accidents, maybe in 1,000,000 years, our Xiantian sect may become a supreme force? The law enforcement patriarch seemed to be talking to himself. All the races and forces within a radius of 1,000,000,000 miles gradually found out about the rogue, who had gradually become famous on the world battlefield over the years. The rogue was a human. He was alone at the fourth heaven of mythological realm. His origin was unknown. He held a golden long sword and always dressed in blue. However, he was very powerful. He had fought with all the races in the 10 great thousand worlds, as well as God King level, Emperor level, and Supreme forces. Every time, he could kill his way out of the encirclement and escape danger under the encirclement of the powerful teams of various forces. Unless it was a God King level powerhouse, even a sixth heaven powerhouse of mythological realm who had an exemption talisman would have to take a detour when they encountered a rogue alone. Who would have thought that Yi Tianzong, who was thought to have fallen long ago, was a rogue who was domineering on the world battlefield? The law enforcement patriarch had never been so excited and glad as he was at this moment. He was excited because Yi Tianzong was so amazing. He was excited because he had agreed to let Yi Tianzong go alone. He was glad that the Xiantian sect could have Yi Tianzong. By the way, in addition to fighting and avoiding being hunted down, Yi Tianzong also found 2 resource veins, a large Yuan crystal vein, and 3 medium-sized Yuan crystal veins over the years. However, except for the 2 medium-sized Yuan crystal veins, the other resource veins and Yuan crystal veins are too far away from us. He just remembered their locations. As for the 2 medium-sized Yuan crystal veins that are relatively close to us, the nearest one is more than 500,000 miles away from Xiantian City, and the further one is more than 800,000 miles away. He asked us whether we should go and mine now. He has arranged a concealment formation there, but I'm not sure how long it can be hidden. Elder Xianchen said another important news. The law enforcement patriarch elder. It's not a good thing for a disciple to be too outstanding. After a moment of silence, the law enforcement patriarch said seriously, Don't tell anyone about this. You will leave the world battlefield in a few days. After returning to the sect, tell the sect master the news. Don't tell anyone else. Although the Yuan crystal vein is very precious, it is too far away. We have to act according to our ability. With the strength of our Xiantian sect, it is not enough to resist the spying of the outside world. We must not leak the news. After we finish mining this small Yuan crystal vein, we will talk about other things. After you leave, the matters in Xiantian City will be managed by Yi Tianzong. After listening to the law enforcement patriarch's words, Elder Xianchen nodded seriously, then left the small Yuan crystal vein and returned to Xiantian City. After returning to Xiantian City, Elder Xianchen directly called Yi Tianzong and told him about his departure. He also asked him to manage Xiantian City on behalf of him. Yi Tianzong did not refuse this identity. Instead of letting others manage him, it was better to let him manage others. However, before Elder Xianchen left, Yi Tianzong secretly gave him a storage bag, which contained 10,000 Yuan crystals. Elder Xianchen was now at the peak of the 6th heaven of myth realm. The pure and majestic energy and the huge wealth contained in these yuan crystals were enough to make Elder Xian Chen's accumulation and foundation stronger, increasing the chances of breaking through to the Divine King realm. After Elder Xian Chen left, Yi Tianzong maintained his usual work and rest schedule. Anyway, there was nothing else to do in Xiantian City. Now, the main energy of the Xiantian sect was to mine the small yuan crystal vein. The people in Xiantian City took turns mining. They changed every half a month. This was also to avoid Xiantian sect disciples. Because of the temptation of yuan crystals, they would go crazy and have a mental breakdown. On the other hand, after Elder Xianqin left the world battlefield, he quickly returned to Xiantian sect in a low-key manner. The first thing he did when he returned to Xiantian sect was to look for his master, who was also the sect leader of Xiantian sect. The sect leader of Xiantian sect was called Lin Xiantian. He was a super expert at the peak of the Divine King realm. He was from the lineage of one of the 3 great emperors of Xiantian sect, the strongest late great emperor ancestor. Lin Xiantian was also a genius of his generation. In 30,000 years, he cultivated to the peak of the Divine King realm like a hot knife through butter. He had also opened 5 gates of law. He was currently the Divine King in Xiantian sect, who was most likely to break through to the great emperor realm. The sect leader of Xiantian sect, Lin Xiantian, had a total of 6 disciples. Xianchen was ranked 3rd. The first, Li Yuanqin, had already broken through to the Divine King realm 3,000 years ago. The second was a female disciple called Shaolingyun. She had been in seclusion for a long time, trying to break through to the Divine King realm. However, there was no good news even after a few hundred years. Xianqin, why are you in such a hurry to see me? Did something happen in the world battlefield? Is there a problem with the mining of the yuan crystal vein? Lin Xiantian asked solemnly. Master, nothing happened in the world battlefield. The mining of the yuan crystal vein is also normal. I'm in a hurry to come back because I have something more important to tell you. Please confirm that no one can hear our conversation, Xianqin said respectfully. Oh, there's something more important than the mining of the yuan crystal vein? Tell me about it. Don't worry, no one can hear you, Lin Xiantian said in surprise. Then he waved his hand and formed a barrier with the power of law, blocking the connection between Xiantian Palace and the outside world. Yes, it's like this. Xianqin told Lin Xiantian everything about Yi Tianzong. After he finished, he even opened the light mirror that he had taken from Yi Tianzong before he left and showed Lin Xiantian the content recorded. After Lin Xiantian finished reading the content recorded in the light mirror, 2 rays of dark green light shot out from his eyes and pierced through the void in Xiantian Palace. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiantian said, Regarding Yi Tianzong, other than Yumi and the law enforcement elder, don't tell anyone else. I really didn't expect this little guy to be so troublesome. However, if a genius wants to grow, it's destined to be accompanied by endless bloody battles and dangers. Perhaps the world battlefield is the most suitable place for him. It's a pity that our Xiantian sect strength is still not enough. Secretly mining a small yuan crystal vein is already the limit of not being discovered by other forces. After all, there are more than 1 million disciples in the sect. There will definitely be spies from other forces. If we mine another medium-sized yuan crystal vein and the news is leaked, the sect will be in danger of being destroyed. Let's talk about it in the future. Yes, Master. I understand, Xianqin replied. Then, Lin Xiantian asked some other things about the world battlefield and let Xianqin leave. In the world battlefield, it had been half a year since Xianqin left. The Xiantian sect had once again sent an elder to take charge of the 2nd level of the Xiantian city. After some consideration, Lin Xiantian did not want anything unpleasant to happen between him and Yi Tianzong. In the end, he sent out someone that Yi Tianzong was familiar with, Elder Lin Tong, who had been in the first level of the world battlefield back then. After all these years, Elder Lin Tong had already advanced from Mythical Tier 5 to the later stages of Mythical Tier 6. He was Lin Xuantian's sixth inner disciple. After Elder Lin Tong led the 500 core disciples of the Xiantian sect to the Xiantian city, he patted Yi Tianzong's shoulder happily and said, "Kid, I haven't seen you for almost 100 years. You're still so troublesome." Yi Tianzong also smiled and said, "I can't help it. I can't stay idle. Now that you're here, I'm free." After hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Elder Lin Tong smiled and did not say anything. Before he came, his master, the Xiantian sect master, had told him not to interfere with Yi Tianzong's decision when he arrived in the Xiantian city. He could do whatever he wanted. It was not suitable for him to be bound to the small Xiantian city. Only on the world battlefield could Yi Tianzong obtain better tempering and growth. Although Lin Tong did not know why his master said this, he was not stupid. He knew that there must be some secrets that he did not know. Since his master said so, he naturally had no objections. Moreover, he was very familiar with Yi Tianzong long ago and had a good relationship with him. He was not stupid enough to become enemies with Yi Tianzong. After Lin Tong brought the disciples of the Xiantian sect to the Xiantian city, Yi Tianzong continued his journey of wandering. After transforming into his previous rogue appearance, Yi Tianzong once again appeared in the vision of the major forces. While cautiously fighting with the creatures of the various races and forces, he continued to search for treasures and dig for crystals on the battlefield. However, this time, Yi Tianzong was no longer unheard of for decades. Instead, he would return to the Xiantian city every 10 years or so, or meet with the law enforcement elder. There was no change in the 4 seasons on the world battlefield. Instead, it was always in a constant state. In a trance, 70 years had passed. Yi Tianzong had stayed in the world battlefield for more than 100 years. In the 70 years after his appearance, Yi Tianzong's reputation as a rogue had completely resounded throughout the vast range of 2 billion miles. While many creatures admired and worshipped him, they also hated him to the core. In the 70 years, Yi Tianzong had engaged in bloody battles with the human race, the demon race, the phoenix race, and many other forces of the 10 major races. Assassination, ambush, traps, and other means were all used. He also encountered more dangers. He killed countless disciples and prodigies of various forces, especially the prodigies of the god race. Yi Tianzong did not forget that the god race was the one who caused the most dangerous life and death crisis. Therefore, among the prodigies that he killed, at least a quarter of them were from the god race. Many forces of the god race were so angry that they wantonly searched for Yi Tianzong's traces more than once. For this reason, they did not hesitate to have many conflicts with the forces of other races. It was a pity that Yi Tianzong was like a fish in water on the world battlefield. When he could not escape the pursuit of the god race, he would directly hide underground using the 5 elements escape technique, and then open up a space deep underground to avoid the search of the god race. Even the power of the God King Powerhouse's divine soul could not detect the situation 10 miles underground. Therefore, Yi Tianzong could escape the pursuit every time. This made the races and forces, including the god race who wanted to kill Yi Tianzong, hate and kill Yi Tianzong skyrocketed. They could not wait to turn Yi Tianzong into ashes. Later, even the God King powerhouses joined the ranks of the large-scale search. Considering his safety, Yi Tianzong directly hid in the space opened up underground and dug up yuan crystals. After the commotion died down, he came out again to fight the enemy to the death. He used all kinds of means and fully displayed the tactical concept of guerrilla warfare. It could be said that Yi Tianzong's fame as a rogue increased greatly because he trampled on the emperor-level forces of various races. At the same time, after 70 years, Yi Tianzong collected a lot of resources and discovered more resource veins and yuan crystal veins. Even if his strength was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood, Yi Tianzong would excavate and store some of the resources he discovered. There was also the number of crystals. After many years of mining, Yi Tianzong had accumulated more than 23 million crystals. Chapter 258. Yi Tianzong, who couldn't wait to leave the world battlefield, returned directly to Xiantian City. At this time in Xiantian City, the law enforcement elder was also there. After seeing Yi Tianzong return, the law enforcement elder's serious face smiled. He patted Yi Tianzong's shoulder and said, "Are you going to continue going out or return to the sect?" Lin Tong's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that the law enforcement elder, who had always been serious and upright, was so kind to Yi Tianzong. Then he heard Yi Tianzong say with a smile, "It's time to go back. If I don't go back, I'll be in danger. There are too many enemies. I have to go back to the sect to hide. The next time I come to the world battlefield, it should be in the third area." Lin Tong was a little confused. After hearing Yi Tianzong's words, the law enforcement elder laughed a few times and scolded Yi Tianzong jokingly, "Not bad, you brat. The whole world is your enemy. If you continue to be active, you might die one day. It's time to go back to the sect and rest for a while." "What the hell? What are you guys talking about? I'm still here. Can you not act like there's no one else around? Consider my feelings." Elder Lin Tong really couldn't understand what Yi Tianzong and the law enforcement elder were talking about. It seemed like there was a big secret hidden between them. The whole world is Yi Tianzong's enemy. What are you doing? Do you have to be so exaggerated? Why don't you say he's a rogue? He's the one who has enemies all over the world. Huh. Wait. F***CK. There's something going on here. It seems maybe Yi Tianzong might really be a rogue. In the 70 years since Lin Tong came to the world battlefield, he had long been familiar with the name Rogue. Lin Tong sincerely admired the strength and means of Rogue. Although Yi Tianzong often disappeared without a trace, Lin Tong had never thought that Yi Tianzong was a rogue with the law enforcement elder's cover. However, through the somewhat inexplicable conversation between Yi Tianzong and the law enforcement elder today, and thinking about how every time Yi Tianzong disappeared, a rogue would appear and what Lin Xiantian told him before, Lin Tong felt more and more likely. His gaze towards Yi Tianzong gradually became brighter and brighter. At this time, 3 immunity talismans appeared in Yi Tianzong's hand appeared in his hand. He said to the law enforcement elder, "These are the spoils of war these years, and of not very useful to me." Seeing the 3 exemption divine talismans, Lin Tong's eyes went wide. There were only 3 of them in the entire Black Heaven sect, and one of them was obtained by Yi Tianzong in the world battlefield. And now he got 3 more. You're going against the heavens. By now, Lin Tong was sure that Yi Tianzong was a rogue. The law enforcement elder was a little surprised to see the 3 immunity talismans. He thought for a while and said, "If you don't want to keep these 3 immunity talismans, you should give them to the sect master when you return to the sect. This kind of thing is still very important to the sect. When the time comes, you can definitely exchange it for a lot of rewards and contribution points." "I got it," Yi Tianzong replied and put away the immunity talismans in his hand. Yi Tianzong had obtained 7 immunity talismans over the years. Although they were not very useful to him for the time being, he could not guarantee that he would need them one day. It was quite worth it to keep 4 of them and hand over 3 of them to the sect in exchange for some rewards. Lin Tong on the side finally said with some excitement, "Yi Tianzong, I really didn't expect you to be. Sigh. You're already the most amazing disciple in the history of our mysterious sky sect." After hearing Lin Tong's words, Yi Tianzong and the law enforcement elder were surprised at first. Then they smiled. Yi Tianzong said, "Elder Lin Tong, since you've guessed it, please keep it a secret. After all, you also know that I've caused a lot of trouble." "Don't worry, I know the severity of the matter. I will never tell anyone else. I'm just surprised that you're a rogue. Your current strength should have surpassed mine. Elder Lin Tong said with some excitement. Hearing Lin Tong's words, Yi Tianzong chuckled twice. Then he waved his hand, and 2 storage bags appeared in his hand. He said to Lin Tong and the law enforcement elder, "Although I've been hunted down all these years, I've also found some good things. Although I'm alone, I've also dug some mineral veins. Take these things as a thank you for your care over the years. I'll leave for Mysterious Sky Sect tomorrow, so you don't have to send me off. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first." Yi Tianzong said, and handed the 2 storage bags to the 2 of them. Then he left. Watching Yi Tianzong leave, Lin Tong also returned to his room after informing the law enforcement elder. When he saw the things in the storage bag, he couldn't hide his excitement. He jumped 3 times on the spot and calmed down after a while. When the law enforcement elder was the only one left, he also looked at the things in the storage bag and muttered to himself, "Ha! This kid, these things are quite heavy." There were 30,000 yuan crystals, 1 cubic meter of yin-yang true crystal, and profound feather fantasy crystal in the storage bag. The next day, without informing anyone, Yi Tianzong and more than 100 Mysterious Sky Sect disciples left Mysterious Sky City, left the second layer of the world battlefield, and headed towards the War God Temple in the human race's colossal world. After arriving at the War God Temple, Yi Tianzong directly entered the exchange room and looked at the battle merits he had accumulated in the past 100 years. There was a total of more than 15 million battle merits. After Yi Tianzong found the treasures and spiritual herbs he needed, he immediately exchanged them. When he was left with 5,000 battle merits, Yi Tianzong stopped. Using more than 15 million battle merits, Yi Tianzong not only exchanged all the resources he, Ling Xinyu and his parents needed to cultivate secret techniques before reaching the 6th heaven of mythological realm, but he also exchanged some other treasures of heaven and earth that were worth cultivating. After the exchange was completed, Yi Tianzong led the other Mysterious Sky Sect disciples and left the War God Temple. Then they followed the huge group through the teleportation Stargate and Void teleportation formation. It took them more than a month to finally return to the Mysterious Sky Sect. After returning to the Mysterious Sky Sect, he was summoned by the sect master of the Mysterious Sky Sect the next day. After meeting with Lin Xiantian praised Yi Tianzong's performance and contributions on the world battlefield. After Yi Tianzong offered 3 exemption divine talismans, Lin Xiantian directly rewarded Yi Tianzong with 50 million contribution points and allowed Yi Tianzong to go to the scripture depository and choose 10 minor divine abilities from the core disciple area. He also promised that after the small primordial crystal vein was mined, Yi Tianzong's reward would not be lacking. After Yi Tianzong chose 10 divine abilities in the scripture depository, Yi Tianzong used his contribution points to exchange for many spiritual herbs, as well as 10 medium-sized spirit veins. Then he returned to Haran Peak. On Haran Peak, Yi Tianzong learned about some of the things that had happened in the 100 years that he had been away. Perhaps the sect's upper echelons had warned the true disciples, but during the years that Yi Tianzong had been away, no true disciples came to cause trouble. Even the other core disciples rarely came to cause trouble. Everything had developed more peacefully. Moreover, during the 100 years that Yi Tianzong had been away, the number of Mysterious Sky Sect's disciples who had joined Haran Peak had reached 10,000. Yi Tianzong rewarded the core disciples who had worked hard to manage Haran Peak over the years with a large number of divine essence pills, divine body pills, and divine soul pills. He also taught them some divine abilities and answered their questions about cultivation. Then he took out 10 medium-sized spirit veins that he had exchanged with his contribution points. After setting up the 10 medium-sized spirit veins on Haran Peak to form a super spirit gathering formation, the concentration of heaven and earth's vitality on Haran Peak had greatly increased. In one leap, it had become a cultivation place in the entire Mysterious Sky Sect that was second only to the Divine King Realm experts' residences. After he was done with everything, Yi Tianzong went into seclusion and began to cultivate the sixth refinement of the 9 refinements of nirvana. During the 100 years that he had spent in the world battlefield, Yi Tianzong's accumulation in all aspects had long reached the standard. Therefore, after a year, Yi Tianzong had successfully completed the 6th refinement of nirvana. His strength had improved once again, and at the same time his unfathomable potential had increased once again. According to the classification of the 1,000 Elephant Formation, Yi Tianzong's current strength had reached the level of a level 5 Supreme Being. After coming out of seclusion, Yi Tianzong continued to stay for 5 years and refine many elixirs that could be used by mythical level experts. Then he continued to announce that he would go into seclusion. After a month of seclusion, Yi Tianzong disappeared from the great thousand world of the human race with a thought and returned to the colorful barrier. He could not wait to return to the outer cultivation area of the immortal mansion and saw Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, who were cultivating. Without saying anything, they were intimate with each other. He stayed in the Heaven's Expanse immortal mansion with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu for half a month. He briefly told them about his situation in the world battlefield before leaving the Heaven's Expanse immortal mansion with the two of them. After walking out of the immortal mansion, Yi Tianzong first went to meet Yi Haoren and the others. Then he leisurely patrolled the 7 peaks, including the Tiangang Peak. Heaven and Earth had just finished expanding for more than 10 years and would not be able to expand again in a short period of time. Yi Tianzong's cultivation realm had already reached the peak of the profound spirit world and could not be improved anymore. There were still at least 50 to 60 years before the will of heaven and earth indicated that the outer space crisis would arrive. During this time, Yi Tianzong suddenly realized that there was nothing important to do. Yi Tianzong, who did not have anything important to do, accompanied Ling Xinyue and Xinyu to complete the 6th transformation of the True God 9 transformations, looked after Yi Haoren and the others to complete the 3rd transformation of the True God 9 transformations, or went to help Haoren's disciples who were building the battle fortress and sky patrol battleship. Just like that, 10 years passed again. During these 10 years, Yi Tianzong not only used origin crystals to rearrange all the formations on the 7 peaks, including the Tiangang Peak, but also carried out a more detailed classification of the 1,000 Elephants Formation. There were 5 levels: normal, elite, prodigy, king, and supreme. Each level was further divided into level 1 and level 2, just like Black Sky Sect's 1,000 Elephants Formation. After the rearrangement, the cultivation environment of the 7 peaks occupied by the Haoranjin sect was already the best in the profound spirit world. Moreover, because of the origin crystals that Yi Tianzong brought back from the world battlefield, all the myth realm elites of the Haoranjin sect had their cultivation speed greatly increased. Until now, the Haoranjin sect had a total of more than 350 myth realm elites. A total of 65 of them had stepped into the 2nd heaven of myth realm, and 27 had reached the 3rd heaven of myth realm. Among them, there were 10 people including Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, Yi Haoren, and the others. All of them were at the peak of the 4th heaven of myth realm. Spring passed and autumn came. It was time for the once-in-a-decade greatest Wu Shun competition in the Central Plains. This time, what surprised all the forces in the Central Plains was that the Penglai sect, which was far away in the boundless ocean, had also come to the Supreme Holy City and arrogantly requested to participate in the greatest Wu Shun competition. If the Penglai sect did not show up, Yi Tianzong would have forgotten about them. He did not expect them to come out and court trouble again. The current Central Plains was different from the ancient times. Because of the existence of the Divine Transcendence Pill and the Divine Origin Pill, the total number of myth realm elites in the Central Plains had reached at least 10,000. In ancient times, the Penglai sect's actions of kicking a man when he was down had offended many factions in the Central Plains. Now that the demon race was no longer a concern and the strength of the various factions was rapidly recovering, The Penglai sect had actually jumped out recklessly. Wasn't that purely courting death? Sure enough, just when the Penglai sect people thought that with 4 fourth heaven of myth realm elites and a total of 15 myth realm elites, they could act arrogantly and rule the world. More than 200 myth realm elites of the 4th heaven of myth realm and those below the 4th heaven of myth realm who came out because of the expansion of the world stood out and directly aimed at the Penglai sect's myth realm elites with murderous intent. Yi Tianzong, who really did not want to see the Penglai sect causing trouble, did not wait for the myth realm elites of the central plains to besiege them. Instead, he unleashed his peak aura. Because he had experienced countless battles in the world battlefield, the invincible and unrivaled spirit that he had nurtured reached through heaven and earth and shook the 9 heavens. Instantly, the entire vast world within a radius of millions of miles was shrouded by Yi Tianzong's bursting aura. Winds and clouds surged across the vast world, and the vital qi of the world went berserk. Everyone, including those 4th heaven myth realm elites, felt endless pressure and shock under Yi Tianzong's bursting aura. It was as if they were facing the king of gods and could not summon the slightest thought to resist. Yi Tianzong's palm covered the sky and directly suppressed everyone from the Penglai sect. Even if those myth realm elites resisted with all their might, it was futile and they were directly obliterated into ashes by Yi Tianzong. After casually dealing with the Penglai sect people, Yi Tianzong said nonchalantly, "Let the competition continue." Chapter 259. The greatest Wu Sheng competition in the Central Plains had ended without a hitch. Another 30 Wu Sheng elites who emerged from the competition had obtained divine elixirs and divine essence elixirs. Even so, every major faction from the Central Plains was still unable to calm down. At the same time, they were even more in awe of the Haoranjin sect and Yi Tianzong. This was especially true for those 3rd and 4th tier myths elites who had just awakened after the expansion of the world. At first, they thought that even if they were no match for Yi Tianzong, they would not be too much weaker. After all, the gap between each tier of the 9 heavens of myths was getting wider. However, after Yi Tianzong unleashed his peak aura and effortlessly suppressed the many myths elites of the Penglai sect with a single palm, every myth elite knew that they were overthinking things. They were too far away from Yi Tianzong, as if they were from 2 completely different worlds. Their arrogant thoughts were also kept in check. The consequences of their explosive spikes were too severe. It was better for them to continue their cultivation. After Yi Tianzong and Yi Haoran led the people of the Haoranjin sect back to Tiangang Peak, they began to discuss the matter of completely wiping out the Penglai sect. At first, Yi Tianzong and the higher-ups of the Haoranjin sect had forgotten about the Penglai sect. However, since the Penglai sect recklessly came out to make their presence known, they might as well get rid of such a hidden danger. They could also use the islands that the Penglai sect occupied to set up a stronghold in the seas and lay out their plans in the boundless seas, allowing the Haoranjin sect to reach a wider range of influence. After deciding to completely wipe out the Penglai sect, the Haoranjin sect, which had already become a super overlord of the profound spirit world, began to move. The Haoranjin sect had claimed supremacy over the Penglai Divine Island and the countless islands and vast seas around it. If they were to destroy the Penglai Divine sect, the Haoranjin sect would have to make a grand display of force to cleanly dispose of the Penglai Divine sect, all the surrounding seas and islands. Therefore, in order to wipe out the Penglai sect, the top brass of the Haoranjin sect had decided to activate 4 war fortresses and 40 patrollers, mobilizing 5 million Haoranjin sect disciples. By now, the Haoranjin sect had completed the construction of 7 war fortresses and 70 sky patrol battleships. It had more than 15 million official disciples and ruled over a vast area of 100 million miles. Through the Haoran Branch Academy, it indirectly controlled a huge territory of 300 million miles. While the Haoranjin sect was preparing, Yi Tianzong had already stepped into the boundless seas and headed directly in the direction of the Penglai Divine sect according to his memory. Having not been to the Penglai Divine Sect for many years, without the spatial coordinates near the Penglai Divine Sect, the Hao-Ranjin sect would not be able to reach the destination in one go even if they had the void portal. Therefore, Yi Tianzong had to determine the location first. Yi Tianzong used his understanding of spatial laws to cross a distance of several million miles in one step. In less than half a day, he could see a huge island lying in the middle of the boundless seas. It was as large as a continent and was at least 100 million miles wide. After recording the spatial coordinates of the surroundings, Yi Tianzong did not linger. Instead, he turned and left, heading back the way he came. After returning to the Hao-Ranjin sect, Yi Tianzong had a discussion with the higher-ups of the Hao-Ranjin sect on how to manage such a huge place like the Penglai Divine Island. It would be too unrealistic to let the Hao-Ranjin sect fully occupy it. In the entire Central Plains, the Hao-Ranjin sect's territory was only 100 million miles wide. The Penglai Divine Island, let's call it that for the time being, was a huge territory with a radius of 100 million miles. The Hao-Ranjin sect simply could not occupy all of it. If too much power was placed on the Penglai Divine Island, it would easily affect the development of the Hao-Ranjin sect. After all, the Hao-Ranjin sect was now the best place for cultivation in the entire world. It could be said to be a paradise. Moreover, it already had a unique development plan and track. Although the Penglai Divine Island was also an excellent place for cultivation, it was much worse than the Hao-Ranjin sect's Tiangang Peak. Once too much power and manpower were scattered, it would affect the overall development of the Hao-Ranjin sect. A slight move in one part would affect the whole situation. After some consideration, Yi Tianzong and the higher-ups of the Hao-Ranjin sect decided to pull in their allies. Hence, they notified the Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Clan Master, and the 10 great sacred lords, asking them to bring their own fourth heaven of myth elites. When the Lingyun Hall Master and the others learned that the Hao-Ranjin sect intended to wipe out the Penglai Divine sect once and for all, the Penglai Divine sect was too big. Even so, since Penglai Divine Island was too large to be occupied, none of them hesitated when it came to pulling them into the fight. All of them declared that they would mobilize their respective forces and cleanly wipe out the Penglai Divine sect. Half a month later, the Hao-Ranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun clan, and the 10 great sacred grounds had gathered a total of 50 million people in the Howran mountain range. The sacred grounds of the demon clan in the depths of the Howran mountain range were almost scared to death. They thought that the Hao-Ranjin sect was going to wipe them out. When the mythical beasts of the demon clan came to inquire about the situation, they found that it was a false alarm. A void formation that spanned 100 miles was shining with majestic power. Then all the myth elites, the battle fortress of the Hao-Ranjin sect, the Sky Patrol warships, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun clan, and the 10 great sacred grounds all passed through the void teleportation formation. Then the 50 million disciples of the 13 forces, including the Hao-Ranjin sect and the Lingyun Hall, passed through the void teleportation formation. In the boundless sea, millions of miles away from the Penglai Divine Island, in the sky thousands of miles above, waves of violent and chaotic space energy raged for thousands of miles. The fluctuating space energy attracted the attention of all the Wusheng elites, and above within tens of thousands of miles. Under the watchful eyes of the Wusheng elites and mythical elites who came one after another, the fluctuations in the space energy became more and more obvious and violent. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, a space crack grew bigger and bigger until it was 100 miles wide. Because of the expansion of the space crack, the energy in the surroundings became more turbulent and chaotic. The fluctuations in the space energy were transmitted to tens of thousands of miles away. Before the people around could guess what was going on, they saw a huge black shadow appear from the space crack. It was a behemoth that looked like a small city. It was the battle fortress of the Hao-Ranjin sect. Not long after the appearance of the first battle fortress, the second, third and fourth battle fortresses appeared one after another. Behind them were the Sky Patrol warships, the giant warships of the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun clan, and the 10 great sacred grounds. When the people of Penglai Island and other islands around the space crack saw the appearance of these war fortresses, they had a bad feeling. Before they could come up with any countermeasures, among the more than 300 war fortresses of various sizes, a vast aura that reached the heavens and the earth appeared in the world one after another. Under the shocked and dumbfounded expressions of all the people of the sea region, more than 100 powerful auras that dominated the world appeared one after another. In particular, the most powerful aura that Yi Tianzong exuded almost froze the space within tens of thousands of miles. The hearts of all the people of the sea region suddenly sank into the abyss. Even an idiot could see that these people did not come with good intentions. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, Shen Yu, and other myth realm elites did not wait for the large number of disciples who came after them. Instead, they left 10 Sky Patrol warships to guard the space crack and receive the disciples who came after them. Then, all the myth realm elites and the war fortresses, under the leadership of Yi Tianzong, went directly to the Penglai Divine Mountain in the center of Penglai Island. This is bad. They are here to cause trouble for the Penglai sect. I have to inform the sect at once. When the Penglai sect disciples in the crowd saw the direction that Yi Tianzong and the others were heading towards, they hurriedly informed the higher-ups of the Penglai sect through acoustical talismans. Meanwhile, the martial artists on the other islands in the sea region were watching the murderous stance of Yi Tianzong and the others with mixed feelings. Some were gloating, some were worried, and some were delighted. Even so, those who had witnessed what happened were thinking of ways to inform their respective factions or spread the news at once. The Penglai sect's base camp was on the Penglai Divine Mountain. However, since Yi Tianzong turned into a demon envoy 200 years ago and caused havoc in the Penglai sect had never given up on searching for the culprit. However, when they learned that the culprit was a demon envoy from the abyssal demons, the Penglai sect did not make any moves. Arriving at the Penglai sect again after so many years, Yi Tianzong led Ling Xinyue, Shen Yu, and more than 120 myth realm elites straight to the Penglai Divine Mountain in the center of Penglai Island. For myth realm elites, even if they were only at the first tier of myth realm, the distance of a few 100 million miles could be covered in less than an hour. When Yi Tianzong and the others arrived at the Penglai Divine Mountain, the Penglai sect had yet to receive news of the enemy's invasion and was still minding their own business. Even so, when Yi Tianzong and the others arrived, the myth realm elites of the Penglai sect immediately felt as if they were facing a formidable foe. Yi Tianzong had no interest in talking to the Penglai sect at all, and instead said to Ling Xinyue, Shen Yu, and the myth realm elites behind him, "Leave the Penglai sect's secret realm to me. You deal with the rest." With that, Yi Tianzong nodded at Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu before directly attacking one of the Penglai sect's second-tier myth realm elites. That second-tier myth realm elite was heavily injured and captured by Yi Tianzong without being able to resist at all, and then violently soul-scouring him using his powerful spirit power. After getting the information they wanted, the Haoranjin sect crushed the Penglai sect myth realm elite to death, and then headed straight for an extremely hidden place in the Penglai Divine Mountain. Using the information obtained from soul scouring, Yi Tianzong easily opened the secret realm of the Penglai sect, where all the myth realm elites were sleeping. He fearlessly stepped into the secret realm, and then the sound of fierce fighting could be heard, but it stopped abruptly in just a quarter of an hour. Yi Tianzong walked out of the Grotto Heaven secret realm unscathed. Inside the Grotto Heaven's secret realm, the 5th and 6th Heavens elites of the Penglai sect were all wiped out by Yi Tianzong's thunderous methods. Then he directly used Traceless Void to hide all traces, and arrived at the location of the Penglai sect's treasure vault. This treasure vault was specially used by the Penglai sect to store resources used by myth realm elites, and was filled with all kinds of precious treasures of heaven and earth and treasures collected by the Penglai sect since the mythological era. With a wave of his hand, Yi Tianzong laid out a disorienting, illusory formation, and then opened the treasure vault according to the method of opening it and entered it